take a life. Do you want to cross that line? Because it's a long way back from hell.
I learned a long time ago that there's no sense getting all riled up every time a bunch of idiots give you a hard time. In the end, the universe tends to unfold as it should. Plus, I have a really large penis. That keeps me happy.
Now, what you've got here is a scrotum and nothing else.
Vagina.
My mind is a raging torrent, flooded with rivulets of thought, cascading into a waterfall of creative alternatives.
God darn it, Mr. Lamar. You use your tongue prettier than a $20 whore.
The owner always wanted to run away and join the circus when he was a kid. Now the son of the bitch owns the circus. Ah, man. Real license to steal.
Oh, yeah. The American dream come true, man. Pure Horatio Alger.
Yeah, welcome to the happy place.
Listen, let's get down to brass tacks here, man. How much for the ape?
That's better, isn't it? That's better. You missed some of the greatest 30 seconds of streaming of all time. It was an epic rant. Sorry. Excuse me. I missed one thing. Actually, I should check my volume level too. In the meantime, talk amongst yourselves. Hope you're all having a one. Yeah, it's really low. There we go. That's even better. Okay. Hi. Hey, at least it didn't go on for 5 minutes. You know, progress, not perfection. That's what we say around here. Welcome, everybody. It's Monday. Hail to the fellowship. I'm back from Egypt. I have solved all the mysteries, and you will find out on Forbidden Frontier this coming Sunday. this coming Sunday. We've got some mysteries. We've got oh, there she is. What a trip, Noons. What a trip. It was great meeting you. You're an awesome person. Can't wait to see you again. Probably sooner than we expect, right? That's what I'm guessing. Sooner than we expect. But ladies and gentlemen, Noons is a bass lady. She's very good. Oh, speaking of bass ladies, bringing in some coffee. Thanks, Sugar Bumps. Yeah, let's go. It's so good when it hits your lips. I'm good. I'll eat later. Thank you. She offered me a sandwich. I win. I win. Hail, Mrs. Nerdrotic. Yeah, I got in yesterday at 6-ish local time, drove down and started a stream. Slept pretty good on the plane and then slept like 10 hours last night. So hopefully the jet lag is gone. Hopefully the jet lag is gone. But let's say hi to you guys. And I have no fucking idea what I'm going to talk about. I'm still catching up on stuff. I guess we can talk more about Acolyte because there is some the Acolyte fan. All 5s and 10s of them are currently if you search the Renew the Acolyte on Twitter, it is fired back up again because old Leslie Headland, former personal assistant to Harvey Weinstein, blamed YouTubers. I didn't know we had that much power. I mean, spoilers, it was because the show sucked and nobody watched it. And they're comparing it to other shows, which is crazy because that year nothing came out. Oh, look, there's one of my tweets that says, let's go. Let's renew the Acolyte from like a year ago. That's great. That's great. Harvey was innocent. I'm not going to go that far. I am not going to go that far. Now, did Harvey do something that 1,000 other producers, men and women, did? Yes, he did the same thing 1,000 other male and female producers to men and women and children did. So half of that town should be in fucking prison for the rest of their lives. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you Harvey Weinstein is innocent. I am pretty sure Harvey Weinstein, this is just pure speculation, has had someone whacked. Okay. That's all I'm going to say. And I know Candace interviewed him and he looked all sad. But just remember, big fan of the Clintons. Harvey Weinstein was, okay? Big fan of the Clintons. Big donor to the Clintons. Major TDS. Yeah, I'm not going to like Harvey's based and innocent. No. Fuck no. Dude was a piece of shit. Now, did a bunch of actresses voluntarily have sex with him for roles? Actually had a transactional agreement? Yes. Yes. Absolutely yes. Why do you think he can get away with it for so long? But yeah, I'm not going to come out here and say, release the Harvey list. Yeah. Yeah. Quid pro quo. You said it right. There's a lot of quid pro quo. Most of it was. Like the vast majority of it was. Now, should he be in prison for the rest of his life? I don't think so, but I don't know all the details on it. But the town piling on him is just once he started losing power and Me Too came along, it became very opportunistic to make him the face of it. But it's because he did some shit. He did some awful shit. Now, we can debate, again, whether he should be in prison for the rest of his life. I'm open to that argument, which is going to be pretty short because I think he's pretty sick. But I mean, he did SA people. He did. A lot of producers do. They're doing it right now. Female producers do that to men. A lot of let's get in trouble early in the show, shall we? So many people say the Jews run Hollywood. I think it's the gays now. Maybe the gay Jews, but no, I think the gays run Hollywood pretty much, and have for a long time. I mean, the Jews started Hollywood, so yeah, they started it when Thomas Edison, because it used to be based in New York, and Paul talked about this on his video. So Thomas Edison ran everything, and he was suing the shit out of anybody who would try to make a movie. So that's why they went to Hollywood, and it was 5 Jewish families who went and started it. But it was fleeing Thomas Edison's litigious nature. Litigious nature. Gary is so boomer minded. I'm Gen X minded. I'm not saying that's any better. I'm just saying not saying that's any better. But yeah, definitely want to talk about the Acolyte some more, because why not? It's so funny that this very small but very passionate fan base wants this to happen, and I want them to succeed. I am rooting for them. I am rooting for the Acolyte fandom. Make more billboards. Make your voice heard. I'm going to clap like you guys when you talk in your tweets. Renew the Acolyte. Let's fucking go. Make it happen. If it gets renewed, it's like a million YouTube voices cried out with glee. Let's fucking go. You go, guys. Where can I donate? Where can I help? If I have the power to, we have the power to take it down, we can have the power to bring it back. We have the power to bring it back. Willow, Ironheart. I want 5 seasons of the Rings of Power. Let's do this. Let's do this. When I was making the Ironheart video, I had some of the it was really fun making the Snow White video and the Ironheart video. They just kind of made themselves. It was Garrett knows, because he edited it and he saw the glee in my eyes when I was making those videos. It was so much fun. It was so much fun. And Leslie Headland's right. Although she was taking a point that we were saying many years ago, that basically the most prominent thing, the most memorable thing from Disney Star Wars will be the discourse. It will be, we won't fuck with your discourse. And nobody's breaking down plots. I mean, Star Wars Theory, the biggest Star Wars channel out there. I mean, he ain't breaking down the theories of the Acolyte, is he? We don't see 2-hour long essays from Star Wars channels. Well, maybe they try. Anyone with prominence, we'll say, breaking the Acolyte down. And it might have had the single greatest moment in Disney Star Wars. And no, I'm not talking about the power of many. I'm talking about Manny Jacinto walking out of the water in that audio description. That was so fucking funny. That was so good. It really encapsulated Disney Star Wars in one scene. In one scene. I'm surprised I didn't say throbbing. He emerges out of the water with his throbbing erect penis, his third lightsaber, thrusting out of the water. Richard Dower. He thrusted out of the water with his throbbing, rock hard Asian micro penis. He was moist. Oh shit. This is starting out great. Let's say hi to everybody. Hi, Walter. Hi, Steve. The Planet Will. Johnny Blade. Mark Lazurth and his wrench. Good morning, sir. Takada Razar. Dude. We were walking out of the airport in Egypt, and what did I they said we had to go to the La Balil lounge. So I'm like, okay, we got to go to the Durka lounge. And fucking ABF is like, don't be making those jokes here. I said it loud too. Like, we're on our way to the Durka lounge. Oh, probably not a good idea. I know. I said it fucking loud too. Oh shit. You don't fuck around in Egypt. All right. I got a story, but I want to wait. Noons knows what I'm talking about, but I'm going to tease it. It involves a certain Adam Krigler and something he brought to fucking Egypt. But I really want to like discuss this with him live because holy shit. I'll give you more of a tease, but we're going to break down more of what the consequences will be later. But Adam managed to get I don't know. I better wait until everybody's home. We'll wait till next week because not everybody's home yet. I'm going to stop that right in its tracks. And I'm going to wait to, yes, a vibrator. He got a vibrator. No, he didn't. Dude, something worse. Way fucking worse. That could have had dire consequences on the whole group. Oh, shit. Fucking Adam. The Krigler. We love the Krigler. No, we brought vapes in. Vapes are fine. They sell them there. They had the kind of vape I get in duty free, which is this is Michael Collins' fault, by the way. I got a coughing on it. Okay, so basically, I get the gayest vapes possible. Is this the gayest vape ever? Yes, I get the gayest vape ever. It's got to be pink. It's called a Geek Bar, and it lights up on the side. They had those there. Yeah. Adam smuggled in an Israeli flag. No, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. We got to save it for Sunday though, because there are people still there right now. So I'm just going to be cautious. I wouldn't worry too much about the surveillance state in Egypt. It's kind of amazing how it's a testament to, believe it or not, people do kind of want to get along, right? If they're in the same country. Now, of course, they're going to hate certain people, but it's a bit of a military state, which I was very happy to be in. They had armed guards around everything important. And I saw the fucking funniest meme while I was there. And they talked about the pillars of Islam, and they showed the pillars that come up out of the ground to block cars from getting into driveways to hotels and blowing them up. I mean, we have some here. Okay. Admittedly, we have some here. But they're kind of everywhere. When we went to our hotel, we rolled up first thing, big gate, bomb sniffing dogs. We're like, oh, we're in a different country. But like, honestly, how far away are we from that? How far away are we from that? We're not that far away. But it's amazing how much it works because it is chaos. And it is, I've never been in a city of 25 million people. That looks like fucking cyberpunk Blade Runner. It's a city that goes forever. It's kind of dark. Their power grid, not as good as ours. And it just goes forever. And everything is in a different state of dilapidation, but then it's juxtaposed with technology like Blade Runner. It was very dystopian. I didn't go everywhere. I guess there's the older part of town with like the cobble streets that looks kind of cool and stuff. But And I definitely drove through like the North County, the posh neighborhood on the way out to the Serapeum because they had Chinese car dealerships, which was pretty weird. So there was a nice part, right? And there's clearly education there, and there's some people who are absolutely wonderful. But yeah, sites 10 out of 10. The sites were 10 out of 10. No site disappointed, and they're fucking everywhere. Everywhere. So the place is old our friends out there who have traveled there many times, they're probably just laughing at this. This is my first experience going to a African country. It's the furthest away from home I've ever been. And holy shit. It's a little rough. It's a little rough. We did the train trip. I talked about it last night, but 11 hours on a train. And it looked like, for those of you in the Bay Area or in New York, it looked like a subway, a BART train that's about to be decommissioned in a couple of months. But it's a sleeper train with a couple of bunks. I was thankful that there weren't like blood or shit stains on the mattress, but there could have been because it was kind of like a prison mattress that you can spray off, right? But it was fine. I actually slept pretty good on the train. 11 hours on that thing. You know what the girls did? Drank. Yeah, see, there she is. There's the instigator right here. Noons. So Mrs. Nerdrotic, Noons, and X-Ray Girl bonded. They were like the party girls. Wait, did I felt at home then? Yes. I actually told everybody, I'm like, this is kind of what I was in for a little over 2 years. A little smaller, admittedly, and missing the toilet inside. So in case you don't know, if you go, gee, where do they go to the bathroom in prison? In our cell with a toilet. If you want to take a shit, your cellie's awake, you're just taking a shit. And there's a point where you just kind of get used to it. And if your cellie's cool, he will warn you, is like, this is going to be a bad one, fire up a cigarette. And Matthew Hammond just comes in and wants to talk about Stargate. Jennifer Salke, Amazon exit is good news for Stargate. It is. It is. Her being gone is good news because Amazon has put out some good stuff, but nothing really in genre. They still have a genre problem because, like it or not, the bankers and the studio heads, they see genre as gay. That's the only explanation why they continue to put DEI shit in there. They just see it as the only nerds they see are the fans of the Acolyte. They see it in their head because they don't watch any of this shit. Masculinity is gone, Matthew, in genre. It is fucking gone. And that is the primary problem. Lowbrow slop. They don't understand that that fantasy is actually the most difficult thing to write. And that's why there's not much of it, because it requires a little skill to world build while weaving in characters you still care about. And you're creating a completely different world. Sci-fi right up there too. You need to be smart. Very smart to write sci-fi. And we have a lot of people, especially, in the publishing industry, we have a lot of women who aren't really that talented or smart, and they just want to write about giving a mythical beast a blowjob, which women tell on themselves all the time, right? They're like, men shouldn't watch porn. Excuse me while I read my vampire lesbian true crime novel, where the vampires are all in toxic relationships and they kill all the women and get away with it. And then the lesbians band together to kill all the men. Something like that. That's their porn. That's their porn. Romanticy. I got to catch up on Pluribus. Here's my concern about Pluribus. I've only watched the first 2 episodes. Has a great potential to be woke, but it hasn't been yet. But it's really good. Lesbian Space Witches, chat, I'm responding to chat, said that's pretty much, that sums up fantasy right now. Mike, okay. It'll be interesting to see how in Pluribus, how Vince Gilligan can get multiple seasons out of this, out of this plot. We'll just say, without ruining anything, because it plays out like a Twilight Zone episode. It's like a big long Twilight Zone episode, which I like. I love the Twilight Zone. But that concept, I don't know how you roll with that concept for 4 seasons. You know, it's like Walking Dead. Great Twilight Zone concept that went about, I don't know how many seasons did it finish. It should have been 5 seasons. Because after season 5, I was rooting for the zombies. And I felt the same way about the comic. After about issue 75, I'm like, I hope they kill everybody. Fuck these people. 11 fucking seasons. Great to see you again. Ryan did a great job on FNT during your absence. I was reading the comments last night. Thank you very much. And Ryan and Garrett did a great job. Garrett's behind the scenes running everything. Garrett is like the retard wrangler, which is incredible because he's a bit of a retard himself, and he'll say that. But the comments were great. They were very complimentary to Ryan. They're like, the captain's gone, so this ship is obviously sailing smooth. And I'm like, awesome. I could take more days off. No, the comments are really positive on Ryan. So we just don't want to let it go to his head. All right. His massive head. I love you, Ryan. Great job. Great job. Is he a savant? He has kineltism. But yeah, Egypt was amazing. It was a bucket list, trip of a lifetime. I'll remember forever. The even more amazing thing was 40 of us, which it didn't really hit until our final dinner, and I'm seeing all of us lined up at the table. I'm like, holy shit, this is a big group. So 40 people traveled out there. None of us got lost. None of us fight. We all had a good time. We were all waking up at 4:30 in the morning for the most part, almost every damn day, and traveling via plane, train, bus, whatever, and just moving. And everybody held up. They were all pretty tired, but they all had smiles on their faces, like everybody. And we like, it's a great cross section of the fellowship. So we had, people like me who talk too damn much. And then we had the really quiet people, and they all had, coming out of their shells a little bit. And that was fun to see too. Good time. Yeah. QBG is a podcast veteran. Absolutely. That's why we brought him on. We joke, but getting this stuff together on a consistent basis, not the easiest thing to do when it involves other people, including this guy right here. And it's not the easiest thing to do. And Quarter Black's got many skills, many skills, editing skills, engineer, like podcast engineer, because that's the technical term for it. I guess if you want to use it to radio, he was like the engineer and producer plus content creator himself, host, diversity hire. Stop lying. Oh, he's still a diversity hire. I mean, like Johnny Blade. Come on, let's be real. The only reason he got the job was that Quarter Black checks a box. I have yet to get my U.S. AIDS, DEI, or Israeli check. But maybe I'll get my check from Egypt. Did I show you guys? Yeah, this is going to be here forever, and it's eventually going to like. Let's just show you now, shall we? Twitter did their ID thing where they're giving you country of origin, which I mean, I think is great. And we're finding out a lot of right-wing and left-wing influencers are not from the States. I mean, Ian Miles Dong is in Malaysia and has never like spent any time in America. But he's Elon's boy for some reason. And let's keep in mind that he was hired by the quartering to do some work that he never did, and he wasted the money on an e-girl who he failed to fuck. That Ian Miles Dong. Also, known doxer, almost got a dog killed. But people want to make that guy a hero. Go back and look at his early history of Gamergate and see what side he was on initially. But here we go. I joined back, October 2008. I was back in the Comic Outpost days. First time I was ever banned was talking shit to Gail Simone. Account is based in the United States. It's verified since 2022. That's right. My check mark was verified before you could pay for it. And connected via fucking Egypt Android app. Because this change happened while I was in Egypt. So that I'm wondering, is that going to be there forever? Thanks, Elon. Yeah, I'm getting that Egyptian money, which God. Let me look at it real quick. So $5 of $50 is 2,387 Egyptian pounds. That's the exchange rate. Not very good. Not very good. So when I went and got some ice cream, some gelato vero, and they said I bought 3 ice creams, little ones, and they said it was like $1,000. Makes your heart stop a little bit. We were in the gem, the Egyptian museum, so everything was marked up there. The prices everywhere else pretty good. They're always trying to fucking haggle you. They're always bugging with you. I talked about it last night. If you go, the kids will run up to you and go, money. I mean, they don't fuck around. They just get right to the point. I respect that, but and I did what every other American would do. I look at them with disdain and walked away. Dude, it's not like they look like they were starving. Okay. Gail Simone, who ruined Red Sonja. I can't, you know what I was yelling at Gail Simone about back in I think it was 2009 when it happened. Ram Bam, thank you very much for the 2 British pounds. Birds of Prey, pretty popular comic book at the time. And she did a good job on it. Like, not going to lie. She did a good job on Birds of Prey. And it was running late. Now, little did we know that comics would start running later and later, but it was running late. But I saw her on Twitter all fucking day long. So I just like, maybe you should get the fuck off Twitter and write some comic books. And was it selfish? Of course. This was at a time. I mean, comics were starting to turn around again. And a little bit of a boom. I can't relate it to anything before 2003 when I bought my store, but like when I bought the store, comics were in a kind of a bad place. It was still post 9/11 in 2003, and the best-selling thing when I bought my store was New X-Men and Batman Hush. But then eventually, few short years later, I had multiple best-selling titles, including that weren't all Marvel and DC. Like Image was doing really fucking well, really well. So I got in at a good time, got out at a good time. But yeah, she was, I just talked some shit and I got banned. But it was different times back then. Different times. Cole Hauser, what is up, motherfucker? For 50 Canadian pesos, says, hail, Gary. Hail, my brother. Hope you had fun time in Ryanland. When do you think Hollywood will torch Sean Connery's movie Outland? Praise Allah. Well, they just brought it out in 4K, didn't they? Yeah, I got one. I got Dark City and The Mask from Arrow while I was gone. But why would they? I mean, I guess I could see if they torch Outland, then they will. If you're talking about like political correctness, maybe, then they're going to torch half their movies. There will be editing. I promise you. It's coming. It's coming. And we'll see if the same people, remember Turner Classic Movies colorized a bunch of the black and white movies and people lost their fucking mind. We'll see how many people lose their mind when they start editing out PC stuff. I think some people will. I think a lot of people go, it's good. John Slade 17 for $2 says, Gary, I think you would like Dispatch. Check it out. I ordered it. Okay. Sorry, I got a notification that the plumber is coming tomorrow. I ordered it and I'm going to play it. It looks pretty cool. I was watching some people play. Is Ryan racist for starting FNT on time? Yeah. I specifically told him not to, and he did. He's such a little rebel. Excuse me. Okay. Let's see if I can go back and find some of this Acolyte stuff. I'm just going to have to probably tell you about it. Yeah, so with this built up with the Hunt for Ben Solo stuff that came out. So this is all starting to look a bit sus to me. Maybe there is some internal strife between Kathleen Kennedy and Bob Iger. I don't know, but we all remember the Hunt for Ben Solo was shit canned, and they said it was by Bob Iger. So they were they being the Acolyte fandom and the Star Wars fandom started. And Josh from Den of Nerds thought he owed an apology to Kathleen Kennedy, which she responded with, I will accept your apology for $500, but I digress. It started this whole fucking Acolyte thing. They won't let it go. And goddamn, I'm for it. I'm so for it. Don't let it go. Don't let it go. Because how does it feel, motherfucker? How does it feel? How does it feel to watch something you like destroyed? Now, your thing sucked, and our thing was great, called Star Wars. The Acolyte wasn't Star Wars, but the Hunt for Ben Solo started this shit up again, and then somebody talked to Leslie Headland, and she blamed YouTubers. But now there is a shit ton of people bringing us up again and saying, Disney, and we knew this would be the narrative, right? And maybe Disney did too, that, they'll just blame us. It was just, the show was actually good. It's just those blasted YouTubers mesmerized the audience. You guys don't have minds of your own. And we mesmerized you with our opinions on a TV show. But that certainly doesn't work with other things. And I think it ties in a little bit to Wicked. Yes, it ties into Wicked. You know how it ties into Wicked? Now that people have seen part 2, because I've seen the play, you will understand that while not the first, one of the earliest cases of everything that's going wrong now, it is patient zero, basically, of subversion. Subverting a classic story with supposedly feminism in mind, but the base source material really isn't that feminist that I know of. Taking a classic story and subverting it, where the bad guy is now the good guy and the good guy is now the bad guy. And well, his Dark Materials, same thing for C.S. Lewis and the Chronicles of Narnia, to where the author just absolutely he wanted to make the atheist version of Narnia. I remember an atheist friend of mine just practically jizzed over that story. I just didn't think it was very good, like at all. But I digress. A lot of this subversion comes from Wicked. Now, it's doing very well because Wicked is a movie made for women. It is. And when you make something like The Witcher or Lord of the Rings or Star Wars for women, it ends up falling apart. And why? Because these are distinctly male brands, and there is a distinct difference between men and women. And Barbie and Barbie and Wicked prove that. We said it with Barbie, we'll say it with Wicked. Ain't my jam. Not gonna like it because it's a story made for girls and gay men. So I guess Wicked is doing really well. I'm guessing the second part is, which I'm not going to go see it. I don't care. Is not as good as the first because the second part of the play is not as good as the first. I know what happens. But yeah, it's going to do well. It can make $3 billion and it wouldn't be a drop in the bucket to help Hollywood this year at all. So if you want to fend off any, I'm sure they're out already. The box office is back. No, it ain't. You don't have the worst October, an entire month. That's the worst in 30 years, and a one-hit movie will not make up for that. They need like 10. They need 2019 levels of billion-dollar films, which was 9. No, I think 11. I think it was 11, and 9 belonged to Disney. Zootopia 2 will do well. There was people on the plane watching Zootopia 1. Yes, it'll do well. I am also not going to watch it because I'm not a furry. Oh, Zootopia 2 will beat it. If it's coming out next weekend, it'll beat it, I think. Well, maybe not. The thing is with the kids' movies is they have legs. So they might not have a spectacular open. They'll have a good opening weekend, and then they'll just go. But okay, so this is what we're hoping for. We're hoping for Wicked, which it will. Wicked will pass up Superman within a week domestically. Within a week. That great domestic hit of Superman. And then Zootopia will pass it. And I do believe once Avatar gets into the picture, that makes Superman the 11th best movie of the year. The 11th best movie of the year. But here, hang on a second. Let's see if I have any research. Oh, shit. That's right. I can't share it, but Jimmy Carr on Facebook and Instagram shared a reaction to Fackham Hall. Thank you, Jimmy Carr. That's fucking awesome. Cheers. Cheers, mate. Wow, that's fucking cool. That is fucking cool. I hope that movie looks funny. I really want it to do well. Comes out in about 10 days. There we go. Stranger Things, Wicked. Yeah, huge opening weekend. Let's see if I can find it. Oh man, the Access Media is all over this Acolyte shit. Acolyte showrunner cancellation and negative backlash. What's the rest of this headline? Some of them are absolutely snake oil salesmen. Oh, the Access Media was going to lick this up because they fucking hate YouTubers. Well, Access Media, I've said this before, I'll say it again. You know why this sphere exists? You, Access Media, you are the reason this sphere exists. So thank you for being disingenuous, shill, gaslighting, lying pieces of shit. Party is over, motherfuckers, and it's your own damn fault. Because I used to go to all these Access Media sites all the fucking time. And not that you were spectacular before, but there was a time where you could just go read the news. But then it just became about the fandom all the time and protecting product of corporation by any means necessary, which meant going after the fandom. Big mistake. Alec, the Acolyte showrunner, has no regrets discussing online backlash. The Acolyte creator opens up about the show's public cancellation. The Acolyte creator explains why the show was canceled. I felt like, okay, the writing is on the wall for sure. Yeah. Acolyte news. Let's do this. Yeah, I'm going to go to this one. Because she ain't wrong. Some MS. God damn. These fucking ads. There we go. Get out of there. Who cares? Let's do this. So the Acolyte creator says YouTubers now shape Star Wars more than the movies. Well, no, we don't shape it. Remember when the term shaping was used, not shipping, shaping was used with Charmin Obaid-Chinoy when it was about time a woman shaped Star Wars. Yes, you shaped it into a piece of shit. A poop emoji. That was the shape you made of Star Wars. We don't shape it. We don't write these things. We don't pay for these things. We don't approve these things. We just watch it and give our opinions. And it's not just, see, when they say YouTubers, guys, when they say YouTubers, they're really talking about you. Shape. Somebody said, say shape 12 more times. No, I won't. Maybe 6 more times. Shape. If only YouTubers could shape Star Wars. I would say, there are a few out there who probably do a really good job. But we merely make the observations. We don't make the rules. We make the observations. You guys have all the power. You have the power over the media. You have the power over your product. I mean, it belongs to you. Sure, it was the fans that made it what it is. And it's up to you with what you do with it. And you've turned it into shit. And that is the responsibility of one Kathleen Kennedy, one Bob Iger, Dave Filoni, and Leslie Headland, who wrote the show. Leslie Headland has a theory about Star Wars. Oh, does she now? I think she did watch some of the stuff, considering what I've heard from her. I think she watched some of the criticism. And it's a controversial one. The creator of the canceled Disney Plus series, The Acolyte, believes the memes, breakdown videos, and rants on YouTube might end up shaping pop culture more than anything George Lucas put on screen. All right, we're not going to go that far. We're not going that far. We're talking about there's a distinct difference between George Lucas Star Wars and Disney Star Wars. Keep George Lucas's name out your fucking mouth. Certainly, there was discourse over the prequels, and certainly they captured a whole generation of people. According to her, the real power sits with the online creators cooking up commentary gold. Well, I'm glad you know. I mean, yeah. Thanks for recognizing. All right, maybe not all of it was gold, but you know what I mean. The content that is being put out by streamers or the studios is being snatched up by other creators, she told The Wrap. There's a lot of money to be made, and she's not wrong. Thousands of views and ad revenue built up reacting to the shows like hers. That's a business model. She takes no issue with that. Have at it. Get your coin 100%. Well, you would know a little bit about being a grifter, Leslie. Okay. You're a fucking pro. And the true meaning of the term grifter is you don't really care about the thing you're working on or talking about. You're willing to say anything you can to make money off it. Here's the distinction, Ms. Headland. While I'm not going to deny that there are people who don't give a shit about Star Wars and never did talking about it, but it was still in the zeitgeist. They still have every right to speak about it. But there's a lot of us who did care quite a bit and hated what happened, and also saw the broader problem created with this constant subversion, activism being put into stuff that's generally supposed to be fun and for general audiences, and turning it into propaganda. Something I couldn't believe at first when I started seeing it, but if like The Acolyte existed alone by itself without some of the messaging that's put in it being in everything else, it would have been an anomaly and people would have just said it sucked. But certain traits, certain messages within The Acolyte, as you know, were in, God, a lot of Disney Star Wars projects. Almost most. Maybe most. And it's the same 5 messages that are within the overall message to varying degrees, like Mexican food, but bad. Because Mexican food is basically a variation of 5 ingredients, either wrapped in a tortilla or put into a taco shell or what, but it's the same shit. It's all great, by the way. Woke, opposite. It's the same 5 fucking woke ideas or intersectional ideas mixed up. Sometimes, like The Acolyte hit all 5. You know, you're like a 5-tool woke player. Still, this all comes after The Acolyte spectacularly crashed and burned. It launched June 4th, 2024, with weekly drops, great way to put it, through July 16th. Critics said nice things at first. Okay, critics did, but fans, well, then Rotten Tomatoes audience score sank fast. Disney pulled the butt plug, in August of 2024, barely 2 months after it premiered. I mean, we all know this. I just like reading it. It brings joy. It brings joy. thanks to a lethal combo of low viewership and a really high budget. Early estimates put the price tag as $180 million. New filings show it cost $230 million. That's the price of just one season. A show set 100 years before The Phantom Menace that somehow cost more than The Revenge of the Sith. Lucas made full movies for less, and those look good today. Revenge of the Sith was made for roughly $115 million back in the day. Adjust that for 2024, and it's still cheaper than Headland's Jedi Detective Adventure. Headland wasn't blindsided by the axe coming down. I was not surprised by the cancellation. I think I was surprised by the swiftness of it and the publicness of it. Once I was getting particular phone calls about the reaction and the criticism and the viewership, I felt like, okay, the writing's on the wall for sure. She was watching some of this stuff. Don't get the fuck out of here. She still walked away with new ideas about fandom. I'm sure she did. Studios treat online engagement as free promotion for a feedback tool. Well, it used to be when you had a bunch of shills willing to sell their integrity holes for access. Fans treat it like a business, and maybe in her view, that's the future. The content being made about Star Wars will be more culturally impactful than actual Star Wars. Well, that all depends on what you make, really, because critics have always been around and fans have always had an opinion. Have always had an opinion. And that's not going to change. Most of the fans on YouTube, it's not their primary job. It's a little gig, little side gig. It's a hustle. It's a side hustle, and it's a hobby. When I started my channel, making money was comical and it never entered my mind. We just made this stuff to talk about it. But it's like no denying it hit the zeitgeist. We had Fox News was talking about the fucking Acolyte. You know, big commentators were talking about it. Shit, I think even Joe Rogan brought it up. But yeah, it hit the zeitgeist because it was so bad. It was so bad, and it encapsulated, I said this last night, everything wrong with not just Disney Star Wars, with Disney and modern Hollywood. It's like wrapped up in one little show. This entire half decade, okay, we say decade long era, but it's been really bad for a half decade era, wrapped up into one fucking show. And again, it hits everything. It hits every point of what's wrong with Star Wars, with modern fandom, as Star Wars goes, pretty much genre goes. I'm not a big fan of that, but as far as genre is concerned, Star Wars was the big dog. Not so much anymore. I'm sure numbers will still say that it's Star Wars, but I would say Harry Potter's the big dog now. A lot more energy behind Harry Potter. There would be more if they didn't cast a black Snape, but yeah, Harry Potter. I mean, we'll eventually get there. We'll see the discourse. Men of the West. I just saw the title. I didn't get to watch it. Was going to do either a video or a stream on the state of the Lord of the Rings fandom. And when I made my early Lord of the Rings videos, it was specifically, not that I expected anybody, it was just my opinion. It was like, I got to put this out there because Lord of the Rings fandom, pretty friendly, but Doctor Who's fandom was pretty friendly too back in the day. And I didn't want to see what happened to the Star Wars fandom happen to Lord of the Rings. So I made a video about it. Like, this shit's coming and I don't want it to happen because this is one of my happy places. But it happens, and then the fans get blamed over and over. This is like an endless fucking cycle. You are the problem. The people creating these shows. Disney, you are the problem. Lucasfilm, you are the problem. Access Media, you are the gaslighters. You're the ones who helped create this problem. The fans are not the problem. Your customers, the people who pay for this shit and make it popular, are not the fucking problem and never will be the problem. You are the problem, Disney. and you want to fix this problem, fire everyone and bring in people who understand fandom and care about Star Wars. Key distinction is understanding fandom. These people who love Star Wars are going to go there and try to make their own Star Wars, understanding that about a third of them are going to fucking hate what we do. That's understanding fandom. That's just the way it is. It's human nature. You're not going to make everybody happy. But what their big mistake was, they were trying to make the 0.00005% happy and not giving a shit about the vast majority. Because they just thought, oh, you're just a bunch of fucking lemmings and you'll show up. And after The Force Awakens, like, why wouldn't they think that? But yes, the content being made about Star Wars will be more culturally impactful than actual Star Wars. Leslie, sweetheart, the fans sussed you out immediately. That was the problem. When this show was announced, anybody with half a fucking brain cell knew it was going to fail. We all saw your red carpet acting. I like all the Star Wars. So, and there's two ways you could look at that answer. She was trying to be political. She didn't want to say one over the other, or she didn't know what the fuck she was talking about. But either way, it was a strategic answer instead of just going Empire Strikes Back. You know, but you could have easily done. Disney's era of Jedi budgeting seems out of control. Rogue One cost about $280 million. The Mandalorian season one cost half of The Acolyte. Disney even yanked The Acolyte merchandise early. The series might go down as a giant, expensive, blinking warning sign. May go down. It is. Spend smart, respect fan. Oh, I'm liking this article. I'm liking this. The series might go down. No, the series will go down as a symbol of Star Wars failure. And yes, spend smart, respect the fans, and maybe try telling the kind of stories that people fall in love with Star Wars in the first place. Because if online creators end up having the influence over the galaxy far, far away, Disney might want to ask why. Wow. So this was probably sourced from somewhere else because it's MSNBC. Where is it sourced from? I don't know, but it's Jared Saunders. Well done. Well done, Jared. Give me a little applause there. Well done, Jared. Thank you for your service. Respect the lore. Respect the lore, respect the fans. And you will print money. You know, if you respect the lore and respect the fans, and Mahler and I talked about this, and you put out like 7 out of 10 Star Wars, just, you know, pretty good Star Wars, you would be drowning in money. Drowning in it. I'd be fine with like, that was pretty good Star Wars. I'd fucking be fine with that. It doesn't all have to be spectacular. But like, Lucasfilm hasn't even gotten up to mediocre. That would be a success. They have not been consistently mediocre. So yes, Star Wars is dead. Still. And you know, it's gone now. So like, Star Wars is Gen X's baby, and millennials. Well, you're losing a generation now, and they're on to other things. They're going to be on to video games and Pokemon and all the, you know, Gen Z shit. Eventually, Pokemon's millennial, but you know what I mean. They're going to be moving on to other things. And yeah, I think as far as superhero movies, they're going to make Batman and Spider-Man movies. And I would just want something original. I think there needs to be, like, Hollywood needs to, if they're going to survive, which they're not, by the way. What will keep entertainment going is there will be a wave of originality that will not come from Hollywood. They Originality is too risky for them right now. It's too risky. You know what brought in the era of female representation and DEI? We'll just remake shit and put women and diverse people in it. We're awesome. Respect the lore, respect the fans, print money. That's how it fucking goes. And not just some of the fans. You can't choose your fandom. The fandom chooses you. You just make something good. Oh, and you aren't smarter than the fandom, Hollywood, and content creators. You're not smarter than the fandom. You might like to think you are, but you're not. They can smell your bullshit. We're talking collectively. Parsecs away. And the people making Star Trek and Star Wars right now are not the sharpest tools in the shed at all. We're not dealing with very smart people here. You know, just because you're a credited writer in Hollywood doesn't mean you can just take on anything. James Gunn can't write Superman. Lauren Hissrich Schmidt can't write The Witcher. J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay can't write Rings of Power. Dave Filoni can't write Star Wars. Just because you're credited. We have a bunch of soap opera writers writing Star Trek. And what did they turn into? A fucking soap opera and a Buffy ripoff. Fire everybody. That's how you fix this. And love or hate Andor. There was a template for you right there on how to fix Star Wars. It's too late, though. So you're going to have to bring the budgets down. And hey, thanks to AI, the budgets will be brought down and everybody will be out of work because they wrote such shit for so long. So much shit for so long. That's what brought on AI faster. They're like, fucking hell. And then these idiots went on strike, which is just, I still find that very amusing. Extremely amusing. Oh, is this okay? This is from the International Business Times, UK. Is this true? Because this would be the ultimate fuck around and find out. BBC, well known for having the biggest show in the world, Top Gun, which used to get 350 million weekly viewers. And the other most popular show in the world, Doctor Who. They were printing money in licensing fees. They didn't have to make new Doctor Who. They could have just kept licensing it. As a matter of fact, Star Wars would be better off if Disney just didn't make any. And the BBC would be better off if they had just ended it after Capaldi. They would be making more money off of their product if they had just left it alone. So, Tai Chi program, we are looking for men. Well, good luck. If you're looking for men in the UK, you're going to probably be starving. BBC loses more than $1 billion amid mass payment evasion and declining license ownership by viewers. Trouble continues to pile up for UK's leading public service broadcaster, the state media. The British Broadcasting Corporation, the BBC. And again, we're probably going to have to change the title of our fucking stream. Because the BBC kind of besmirches our stream. Lost more than $1.32 billion in potential income from 2024 to 2025 due to declining license ownership and license fee payment evasion. The massive loss was reported by the Public Accounts Committee, the PAC, which said that the company has not successfully addressed plummeting household participation and rising evasion of paying for their license. Regarding the latter, the committee emphasizes that they're not all doing enough to enforce the collection fee. Well, here's the deal. I'm going to point out one little thing with the collection fee. You're probably offering the license to, let's say, a lot of immigrants. I'm just guessing here. I'm not there, who don't feel the need to pay it. And then there's all the British people who are like, fuck this shit, I'm not going to pay it. The publishing of this report comes after a series of controversies plagued Britain's leading public service broadcaster in recent months. The pact warned the BBC that while they remain a trusted institution, the BBC remains a trusted institution. Their relevance across the UK is under pressure. It's a very nice way to put it. The BBC is an organization under severe pressure. It owns its own founding aspiration to be a truly universal broadcaster reflecting all its viewers means that this pressure from both within and without is inherent in its mission. Well, as pointed out the other day, the people who work within the BBC think it's too far right. And I don't mean correct. I mean too far right on the political scale. And they need to do more to bring it to the left. The committee's report also cited that another source of this pressure comes from younger audiences choosing other media providers. Furthermore, they also noted that the BBC's digital-first strategy risks alienating non-digital audiences, old people. In line with it, BBC told the PAC that the absence of an affordable universal broadband would only cause a self-inflicted wound if they fully switch to online, reiterating their commitment of maintaining significant broadcast services during the transition. Yeah, you can't get rid of it yet, but you're pretty close. Closing the gap, mind the gap, as they say there, mind the gap. The PAC also sought an explanation of how the BBC will ensure they provide access to all audiences besides transitioning to digital. The broadcaster regional news restructuring also has an impact for their reach. Moves like shifting operations to Manchester or Birmingham. How dare they? Hang on. My phone was ringing. Affects BBC's connections to local communities they aim to serve. Well, I mean, they should just serve Pakistan. I mean, that's what they need, the local Pakistan. Regarding the mass license fee evasion, the PAC recommended that the BBC should put everybody in internment camps. That's what I think they should do. Develop and implement approaches to collection and enforcement suited to monitoring online viewing, since their audience is paying the fee to watch their shows on iPlayer. Yeah, well, the problem is a lot of the audience is paying a fee to watch them being shamed and watch historical dramas with, inaccurate historical dramas. Anne Boleyn was black, so was Cleopatra. So was Cleopatra. Oh, well. Going through my little subjects here. Oh, that's a good one. Hi, Garrett. How's it going? What do we got? What do we got here? Well, Rob Liefeld has piped in on the MCU again. Not a fan because he didn't get invited to a party, and I'm here for it. By Kevin Feige. He's got a thing against Kevin Feige. We have Rob Liefeld piping in. MCU was the single biggest fail of 2025. Sure. But I think as time goes on, Rob, I think we'll see that the DCU was not far behind. I don't think it was a bigger failure than Marvel, but we'll see. Maybe I'll be wrong in 5 years' time, and the DCU from James Gunn will be firing on all cylinders, and that'd be great. Feige is so washed. Doomsicle chairs can't get here fast enough. And I agree with our boy Valiant here. I am completely unconvinced Doomsday will measurably help. It will not. Doomsday, I can tell you right now, Doomsday and Secret Wars will not help rebuild the MCU and help fix its legacy. Doomsday is starting to shape up to be Doctor Strange mom. You're bringing all these people back to kill him. Think about that. Hey, see your old favorite X-Men come back on the screen for 5 minutes and have their heads explode. Isn't that neat, kids? People don't like watching their favorite heroes die in mass. Patrick Stewart's last role will be to die as Professor X for the 6th time. Sir Ian McKellen will be back to die as Magneto. Doomsday, yeah. The hero of the MCU, the man solely responsible, as far as the one actor solely responsible for getting it going, Robert Downey Jr. will be brought back as a bad guy to destroy it. It's like poetry, it rhymes. Despite Rob's clear axe to grind, which again, I don't care. He ain't wrong. Feige is done and has been for a long time. The problem is, who do you replace him with? Chat, any suggestions? Who do you replace Kevin Feige with? I don't have an answer. Kathleen Kennedy. Yeah, let's just trade him. Me. Yeah, you know what? You would be a better choice. You would be a better choice. Mahler, yes. Me, no. I would never work for that fucking company. I did contract work for that company. I'm ashamed to say. I am shamed to say. Yeah, I think it's far more likely. I think it's possible that Brand New Day could make more money than Doomsday. I still think Doomsday is going to make a shit ton of money. It's not going to flop. But putting actors like or actresses in it like Simu Liu isn't going to help. And this guy, listen, Bumpkin says pre-2024, Rob would have loved it, especially Fantastic Four, since it was literally a Jack Kirby comic book come to life. Sir, I disrespectfully disagree. Because Jack Kirby wouldn't have put in a female Silver Surfer. Jack Kirby did not have a female Silver Surfer. Okay, and I disagree with this person. Come on, Rob. It wasn't a total failure. Fantastic Four and Daredevil were successful. By what metric was Daredevil successful? Being the 97th streaming show of 2025? Oh, it cracked the top 100. It's super successful. Daredevil was a massive flop. Fantastic Four was the most successful flop. It lost money. So I don't know the Almighty Loaf. The Almighty Loaf. Sorry, 54. I hope you're not an accountant. No, both lame. Oh, and I'm blocked. I agree with somebody who blocks me. I can say, da, da, da. Hang on. I don't even know this guy. He blocks me. I was going to like your tweet, dude. Oh, well. Man, catching strays. That's funny. That happens a lot, actually. God, it's hard. So we are at the end of the year, and I got to get ready for my top 5 Hollywood disasters video. And again, I have the problem of how do I narrow it down to 5? We all know what number 1 is, but how do I narrow it down to 5? I don't know. Oh yeah, the Zeg, Snow White. Unless something happens, in the next month, I can't see anything beating Snow White. Make a top 10? I could spend a little less time on each subject because we max out at like 30 minutes or I break Perry. I don't want to break Perry. Top 11? I should totally do a top 11. And then Superman could be 11. It might make top 5. You never know. You never know. Frankenstein was the best movie of the year. I think it could be. Yes. Let's be real. It's been a year of shit. Do a top 6 or 7. Now, okay, here we go. Running Marvel right now, that would be a better choice. Mark Miller. And then he could bring in, he knows some heavyweight people who are still pretty good. He knows, like, I don't know, could Guy Ritchie do a Marvel? What would be a good Guy Ritchie Marvel movie? Who would Guy Ritchie be good for? I have to think about that a little bit. The Punisher? Yeah. Yes, Fackham Hall is coming out next month. Excalibur? Street level superhero for sure. I would also bring back, if somebody mentioned Sam Raimi, I would bring back Sam Raimi. I would even let Sam Raimi take another crack at Doctor Strange, but I wouldn't put any Marvel restrictions on him. I would let him cook. You let Sam Raimi cook. You let him pick his people to do a Doctor Strange movie, and I think he could do a good one. Oh, Union Jack would be fucking awesome. That's my favorite British superhero is Union Jack. No, but I think Mark Miller probably, he would do a better job than Kevin Feige. 100%. But that's hilarious that, Rob Liefeld and Bo DeMeo have been very vocal critics of Kevin Feige. And I just like to say that I've been calling the man out for years because he systematically got rid of everybody who made the MCU what it is. Now, he was part of it for sure, and the constant, but he's got, like, even James Gunn being gone, who was better suited for obviously Guardians and not Superman. I don't know. Blade would be good. He'd be good on Blade. Feige got lucky. He was right there at the right. He was opportunistic and he did well with it for a long time. But let's be real. He hasn't been good for over half a decade. He's like Popovich. He's Jerry Jones, except not as good as an actor. Oh, show my Bon Jovi figure. I don't know where I put it. I think I know where I put it. Maybe it's in my closet where John Bon Jovi belongs, in the closet. I might pull that out later. I might whip it out later. Well, good for Rob. But Rob also said one woke after another is the best movie of the year. So let's not like hang our hat on everything he says. Because that movie was garbage. I have watched the first episode of Landman season 2, and it is good. It is very good. That is surprisingly like one of the best top tier shows out there. For sure. Watch Landman if you have not. Billy Bob fucking kills it. Dude is a little skinny, like, and used to be hefty, but a little skinny, like ugly dude that pulled Angelina Jolie. Just for that, he gets my respect. Just for that. But he also happens to be a fucking amazing actor. And it's basically just variations of Billy Bob, but he's got charisma. Lots of charisma, that guy. He probably has a huge cock. I mean, yeah. But he was also really good on Joe Rogan. Seems like a likable dude. Bad Santa fucking rules, by the way. Bad Santa rules. Let's go back to... Thanks, Garrett. Oh, do we want to watch a Stranger Things trailer? I'm a little worried about Stranger Things season 5. Pretty fired up about season 4. Liked it a lot. Liked it a lot. But I'm not sure. Yeah, somebody asked about Stargate. I know shit about Stargate. I think a lot of we talked about it last night. A lot of the Stargate fans seem cautiously optimistic, and that's great. Jennifer Salke's gone. It's still Amazon. It's still genre. So I would just wait until you see it, because they could Wheel of Time your shit or Rings of Power your shit just as easy. I'm not sure if the new regime, which is a committee of people right now, is any better than Jennifer Salke. Not sure. Stranger Things 5. They aren't kids anymore. Let's see if we can go over here. Let's make this simple. What? No. I love it when you travel and you don't turn on your computer. And it's like a different person. It's like a different computer when you get back for a week. It's like, why isn't anything working anymore? No, and it wasn't Kara, because she knows what the hell she's doing. And fucking hell, dude. I mean, this computer's getting a little old, but I'm jumping frames right now just because I'm sharing a trailer. It's like, Jesus Christ. All right, let's share. Let's go over this trailer real quick. All right, let me get rid of another. There, we get rid of that. Okay. All right. Stranger Things season 5.
This is gonna work. Yeah, it better work. It's not like we're conspicuous or anything.
We have a plan. It's a
Fucking
bit
Chrome.
insane.
Hang on a second. That is jumper. Like, does that look like fiber internet to you? For fuck's sake. Yeah, it'd be like sharing frames with you. Sorry, guys. Fucking like Jesus Christ. All right, Brave, here I come. Chrome is unusable now. It's fucking unusable. And the reason I use Chrome on StreamYards is because it's easier to share screens with you guys than with I usually use Firefox and then have other people share screens. So that's why I continue to use it. It's fucking garbage now. Yeah, we're gonna go to Brave. We're just gonna go to Brave. I'm done. And I think it's kind of on purpose because I think unless that's changed, Google's going to be forced to get rid of it at some point. But holy shit, that was bad. Now I'm not on my Meta PC right now. That'd probably help. But yeah, they look fucking old. I'll be getting up early Wednesday morning. There probably will not be a nooner with Chris. Sorry, Chris, because I'm gonna watch Stranger Things and then record the review so we can hopefully have it out by Thursday. We'll see if that actually happens. But that's the next vidya. What? So according to Forbes, really? According to Forbes, Disney spent more on Andor than any of its Star Wars movies. That we knew this. Disney has revealed today that it spent 60.5 million, 47.9 million British pounds on Star Wars streaming series Andor in 2024, ahead of the debut of its second season in April of this year, giving the show's total cost of $705.5 million, which was within the budget, but still far higher than spending on any of its movies in the sci-fi saga. There's no way this is sustainable. So Netflix, this is total spend, right? Total spend on seasons 1 and 2. Netflix spent $750 million, admittedly on 5 seasons of shit. This is we're almost at $750 million on 2 seasons of a show that barely charted. There is no fucking way this is sustainable. And this is the bad part for genre. This is the bad news for genre. This is what's going to kill it all, is these budgets have gotten so bad, and then the writing was so bad that even if they make something that some people liked, like Andor, it's not going to fucking help. And they're going to look at this and go, we tried to make something good and nobody watched it. It's the fans' fault. And again, some people don't like Andor, and I understand that. Disney has had a mixed bag of results from its Star Wars shows, really, and movies since it. Let me bring this over here so I can see it better. Not that that's going to help much. Disney has had a mixed bag of results from its Star Wars shows and movies since it brought the creator of the series, Lucasfilm, for $4 billion in 2012. All the stars aligned for The Force Awakens, the first Disney trilogy of sequels, and blah, blah, blah. We know this. Oh my God, you're padding like a motherfucker here. However, it's a sequel was inevitable, but oh my God, we don't need to go through all this. They just spent a lot of money on Andor. And I'll break it down for you. Like, we are nerds, so we are fan of genre, which is, we are fan of genre, which can have multiple, it could be a lot of different things. But fantasy, sci-fi, superheroes, adventure, all that is, the nerds have had their time. It's been a good long time. But they're going to start moving away from that, at least in Gen X stuff like Star Trek, Star Wars, Doctor Who, because they ruined it. Could have kept going forever, but they spent too much money on shit. And now they're going to well, the audience doesn't want, like I said with Andor, when they do something that is considered higher quality by a lot of people, they're going to go, well, we tried and we failed, so we're just going to go back to making shit. I don't know how, as much as people liked Andor, how in the fuck do you spend $705 million on fucking Andor, on Diego Luna, who can't emote, who's really soft-spoken, who's really tiny and skinny. He doesn't have a lot of charisma. They wanted to make him Juan Solo, but he's like a vacuum of charisma. And he is not the best character in his own show. Even the people who liked it said shouldn't have been called Andor, and it shouldn't have really followed him. How do you spend 705? This proves to you beyond the shadow of a doubt, not that you thought it at all in the first place, that these are really dumb people. $705 million on Andor. Yeah, he's a slightly less annoying Pedro Pascal. Yeah, Rise of the Rebellion would have been a better title than Andor. Money laundering would make sense. How many gods? Oh, that's a good question. Where's my phone? Let's see. So we're going to say 200. Wait, sorry. 705. Oops. 47. 50. We'll say roughly 50 if you go 12 million. 50 Godzilla minus ones. 50. 50 Godzilla minus ones would pay for 2 seasons of Andor. A show that might have barely charted a little bit above Acolyte, which was canceled. Yes, that is fucking wild. Absolutely fucking wild. Jesus Christ. And Hollywood's like, what's going on? We're running out of money. We pissed off all the customers and we're spending like fucking crackheads in Vegas. What could be the problem, guys? It's a mystery wrapped in an enigma. I have seen the first episode of Derry. It was fine. I plan to watch the rest. Wow. So I mean, as predicted, we're seeing all this stuff fall apart. There's a lot of navel gazing, and I don't think most of Hollywood has the ability to change. We'll see what happens with Skydance and the Nepo $1 billion baby buying Warner Brothers, which looks increasingly like it's going to happen, which is Warner Brothers is going to be sold. That's insane. And so bad for Hollywood. And I don't think it's true at all. They're not. If they fired James Gunn and brought back Zack Snyder, a lot of people might die laughing. I'm just saying there's a real danger of a lot of people dying laughing. It's not going to happen. Well, who am I to say? I don't fucking know that for sure. That could happen. I doubt it, but holy crap. Wow. $226 million global weekend for Wicked. Theaters needed that little shot in the arm. Good for them. I'm looking for news on the Warner Brothers sale, but I just don't see any. Don't see any. Nothing new from Deadline. Let's go to the totally different Hollywood Reporter, which is owned by the same company. Ten things the Duffer Brothers want you to know before watching the final season. Each character is aged 10 years. Nope. Yellowstone spinoff series, which is going to be kind of done soon as Taylor Sheridan. God, letting Taylor Sheridan go was just a horrible idea. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Ladies and gentlemen, we got some breaking news. Unbelievable. I got to get rid of that ad. Hang on. Unbelievable. And a shocking turn of events. All's Fair scores a season 2 renewal at Hulu. Holy shit. The legal drama starring Kim Kardashian has performed well for the streamer following a spate of negative reviews. Hulu has rendered a verdict on the Kim Kardashian-led legal drama All's Fair, and it's a favorable one. I can say that word. The streamer has picked up All's Fair for a second season, with the renewal coming 3 weeks after its premiere. The series, co-created and executive produced by Ryan Murphy, has performed well for Hulu so far in the face of overwhelmingly negative reviews because everybody's hate watching it, with more than one calling it the worst show of the year. Despite, or maybe because of, those reviews, I'm glad you brought, thank you, by God, a rare moment of honesty from the Hollywood Reporter. Despite, or maybe because of, girl, even if you're a dude, girl. Those reviews, All's Fair had strong launch on Hulu, recording 3.2 million views, calculated as total viewing minutes divided by running time. Worldwide in 3 days. Oh my God, what a massive runaway hit. 3.2 million worldwide. 1.2 million of which were YouTubers. Following the November 4 premiere, Hulu says that the best start for an original scripted series on the platform in 3 years, telling you how well Hulu is doing right now. Nielsen's U.S. streaming ratings for the show's premiere week won't be out until early December. The audience response to All's Fair has been somewhat kinder based on ratings at the biggest review aggregate, Rotten Tomatoes, has the show with a generally favorable 66% approval from viewers. I think that is probably true, and I think that explains a lot of what's wrong with the world today. Metacritic's viewers have been harsher, which is a better site, but its user score is 2.5 out of 10. Sure. It still is a little better Review average 17 out of 100 or 1.7 out of 10. All's Fair stars Cardassian as Allura Grant, a high-powered divorce lawyer in Los Angeles whose firm specializes in winning big settlements for their female clients. Discriminatory practice, by the way. The star-studded cast also includes Naomi Watts, Niecy Nash Betts, Tiana Taylor, Matthew Nazca, Sarah Paulson, and Glenn Close. And there's enough plastic between a lot of them to launch a new G.I. Joe action figure series for the next 10 years. The show comes from 20th Century, where Murphy is based. Murphy, John, Bob, who gives a fuck? They got season 2. Jesus Christi. It's a mad world. It's a mad world. Everybody can hear Disbrew right now, screaming for joy. You have standards, huh? Mr. Standards. Now you got to watch it because it got a season 2. It's obviously popular, Mahler, and you got to do what everybody else is doing. What's up? Hail Mahler, by the way. Yeah, you want to come on? I'll send you. Hey, let's do this. I'll send you a link right now. Bump, bump, doop, doop, bump. Let's wait. We got to wait 30 minutes for the Twitter chat to fire up. Here we go. There's your link, buddy. Mahler will be joining us shortly. Wales has pyramids too, does it? Hello, sir.
Hello there.
How you doing?
Do you know I'm pretty sure this is how we met.
Yeah, it is.
You were doing like catch-ups or whatever, and I was just in chat being like,
I know, and it took me forever. The chat's like, idiot. Mahler's asking for you for like an hour. I'm like, oh shit, sorry.
I think that's the same way I met Az. He was playing video games, and I was just like, hey, this game looks neat.
This looks neat. Can I play?
I've not actually played a game with him yet. That's probably a sin on my part.
It is.
Though I have gotten him to play Lord of the Rings Gollum, so I guess that counts.
It does. And, Az famously patient with people.
Yes.
When he's playing games. Famously.
Did you know he somehow went viral for like an angry clip? Makes no sense. Peaceful guy.
Yeah,
Peaceful
I know.
Guy.
That was so strange.
Out of character.
Completely.
What can you say?
Yeah.
He was assassinated.
He's an enigma.
By the writers of life.
The writers of life. I missed you, boo. How you been?
You, Joe. Oh,
God.
So good, so great. Oh, it's official. Like the video's done. It's just done. Right. It's done.
5 days.
Yes. Which, by the way, oh my god, I was like proofing yesterday after the quote unquote final render was done. Which, by the way, there's been like 17 final renders, and I think I was playing a game called Clover Pit, just messing around. It's like a slots machine in hell where you just it's a wacky thing. It's fun, but I literally was just like scanning through it, just being like, "Yep, all good to go. This is great." And then there's this clip of Metal Commander playing the game, and in the middle of it, it goes black for like 4 seconds, and I was just like, "What? Why?" And then I checked the timeline, and I accidentally moved like one, visual over on just what, and I was just like, no, I have to render the whole video again.
And it's still rendering right now.
Literally right now. I was talking to a friend. We watched a movie, which I'm going to ask you about in a second, but I sent them an image after when our call was ending, and it says elapsed 4 hours of rendering, remaining 6.5. because my machine renders way faster when I'm doing nothing else. But obviously, if I'm talking to you, or if I'm on Discord, or if I'm on browsers and stuff, it's much longer. So 10.5 hours of
Jesus Christ. Oh my God, proofing that video. How do you do that?
I actually, so I did a full proof with Fringy, which, bless his soul, he did it with me in 3 days. Which I know someone will be like, 3 days to proof a video, 17.5 hours. So
17.5 hours, guys.
You know what we've been doing as well is we've been doing a rewatch of Stranger Things.
Ah,
man, that first season, love it.
Great.
That second season, I kind of despise.
It sucks.
And then that third season we're about to start. Oh man, what the fuck were they doing?
I think it's better than season 2.
I'm hoping it is from memory, but I was like out, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So I can't even remember it, but I just remember you recommended season 4, and I was like, really? Because season 2 was really bad. Season 3 was like a joke, and then it's like season 4, and then even in one episode with Eddie and Vecna and like the way they do the editing and the violence of it and stuff, I was like, oh shit, they got a story again.
It's kind of incredible how they like got themselves back together to do that. Here's my concern about Vecna. That he's just the bad guy.
Are you worried they won't do anything more meaningful, sort of thing?
Yeah, I was hoping for Eldritch God, you know, or you know,
right,
and something behind him, something like,
because he's just a guy.
Yeah, he's just a human, so he would be like a vessel for some cosmic entity, right?
Well, see, they tried that, Gary. The Duffers are not very good at it. They made the Mind Flayer, and then they turned him real, and then they killed him, which was really weird. So weird, by the way, that I was showing Fringy this. So you remember in season 4 they have like the flashbacks of him. I think he like meets the Mind Flayer or something, or creates him. And Fringy had seen season 1 and 4. He is now going through the whole thing. And he was like, wait, so Mind Flayer is introduced in season 2 and then killed in season 3? And I was like, yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
But then they also give you the history of how Vecna was puppeteering him in season 4, as well as the Demo Gorgon and the Demo Dogs, because of course, like I'm not trying to be a dick. I know there's lots of fans of the show. They had no idea what they were doing each season. No. By the way, my favorite show being Buffy and Angel, they had no idea what they were doing season to season, and I'm fine with that. It can work, but this one it did not. As in, they're like, the Demogorgon, what was that? It's like, I don't know. And then season 2, they're like, what if there was lots of Demogorgons, but they were smaller and they were on 4 legs? And you're like, yeah, okay, now what? And then they're like, what if there was a big Demogorgon in the form of the Mind Flayer? And then they were like, shit, now what? They're like, I don't know. And then they locked in a bit for season 4. But my point is that Vecna has 0 references in season 1, 2, or 3.
No.
You know, something I referenced actually. Do you remember in season 2 of Buffy? And I'm allowed to do these references because we're on a random show, okay?
Sure,
people
it's
get mad
very
when I
random.
do you remember when they do the episode when Spike is introduced and they say, how do they explain this to the police and stuff? And they say it was PCP. Everyone was on PC. These are gang members on PCP and they attacked us. And then they say, like, really? Are they going to go for that? And Snyder says, well, what do you suggest? The truth? And then there's like this angle of like, well, what do you think the mayor is going to say? And they're like, oh shit. And season 2 finale, Snyder expels Buffy and he says, I can't wait to tell the mayor. And there's like these few references to the mayor, and it's like, what the fuck is the mayor? And you find out in season 3 the mayor's been making it so that Sunnydale isn't notably weird to the rest of the world.
Yes.
He's covering all this shit up. And then Harry Groener doing a fucking amazing performance. Makes for one of the best villains in all of Buffy.
Yes.
What I guess I'm getting at is it would have been nice if the Duffer Brothers had put just a little bit of breadcrumbs, you know, anything.
But they had none. That's
no, and they're trying to retroactively create breadcrumbs because you could tell they had no idea what they were doing from 1 to 2 to 3. So only 4 and 5 they locked in as like, okay, we're coming to the end. We need to make a story. So.
And the expectations are very high now because of season 4.
And it's not looking good like that clip that got released.
Oh, the one, the Rey Skywalker clip where she can't run, dude.
I don't know if you saw my tweet. So someone was just saying like, this is so bad. Look how many cuts there are. It's like, that's not the problem.
No,
you have to look at how they're doing it, right? Millie Bobby Brown doesn't have any athleticism. So the reason there's so many cuts is because they're using a stunt double for most of it, and then they show seconds of her doing things. That's why that's the way that it is. However, if you remember, like, do you remember? I think we've talked about this before. The Hobbit scene with Saruman fighting ghosts and shit.
Yes.
They put his hair in front of his face so that, because it's obviously not Christopher Lee. He was basically on death's door. Obviously, he's not doing that. But at the same time, you cover it up because you can't. Millie Bobby Brown, like, you could have done a better job of covering up that wasn't her, but they didn't. And it's worrying about the production, basically. It's like, this is what we're in for.
That Dol Guldur scene is fucking awesome in The Hobbit, by the way. None of that happens, of course, in the book, but it was fucking awesome. But
See,
you're right.
I think you and I are kindred spirits on that one because I don't even have a book reference, but I like it, even though I recognize and understand a lot of people's arguments against it. I'm like, I know. However, I mean, my reason for being so biased for it is that I adore Christopher Lee. He's one of the best actors that ever lived. And giving him a scene where Saruman kicks ass, I'm just like, oh man, that's so cool that they did that.
Dude,
even though it's not him, you know what I mean?
It's edited perfectly. The music is fucking awesome. Everything about it's epic. And going back to editing, it's not the amount of cuts. You're right. It's where they cut and what they had to cut. And the editing was sloppy. It was very slow and sluggish. Mm-hmm. So you weren't cutting tight on the action enough, probably because they didn't have any because of Millie Bobby Brown's lack of athleticism, like none at all.
I mean, it's so
you would have been better off just shooting a stunt man the whole time and like CGing her face on stunt woman. Sorry, man, whatever.
It's kind of how I feel about, the discussion on CG these days. It's like, CG, I hate CG. It's like, dude, CG can create some of the most amazing shit ever if it's used properly.
Used properly.
You're gonna straight face tell me it would have been better for a physical Davy Jones? I don't think so.
No.
It would have been cool, I guess, but no.
No, that looks so good. We have regressed a lot.
Yeah,
a lot of effects from 10 years ago do look better.
Well, and on the note of these sorts of things, like the context of things, I always reference Hot Fuzz. Hot Fuzz's shots is insane. Like, you remember Shaun of the Dead when he goes to brush his teeth? There are like 4 shots in half a second of it, just like, and then it cuts down, and it's like, yeah, because it's Edgar Wright's style. Nobody says, "Oh my god, you used that many shots to brush teeth." It's like, no, because he's creating a particular experience in the viewer, and he's so aware of how films are shot that it's kind of like hilarious in and of itself. It's like a version of The Tick, where it's like it's so aware, but simultaneously uses the silliness to create something that's actually pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's part of his specific aesthetic that was missing from things like Running Man.
I mean, right? I think I'd sent Fring a tweet that it was nice to see some more, because I think you and I have this opinion, but it's nice to see more public versions of it. Of just like, I saw a thing that said, "I've just watched Running Man. It's official. Like, Edgar Wright has lost. He's lost it. It's gone."
Yeah, I think he. I don't know if he could go back to his Cornetto style again, but that was
old now.
Yeah, they are, and that's his wheelhouse. Like the editing in Scott Pilgrim is great.
Yeah,
is like that is Edgar Wright editing, and God, we were robbed of Ant-Man. His version of Ant-Man, I think, would have been fucking great.
Not only were we robbed of Ant-Man, he went to Hollywood, right? Because he made 3 incredible films, and so it was like, you gotta like, and it's just like, oh god, it's been nothing but shit. It reminds me of when an actor does an amazing performance in something and then they do nothing but shit. Recently, me and Drinker were talking about this. Michelle Yeoh, Everything Everywhere All at Once. Oh, what an awesome movie. Yep. She's done nothing good since.
No.
In fact, she's done absolute shit since.
Pedro Pascal, pretty good in Game of Thrones.
Yeah. And Narcos.
Yeah.
You ever seen Narcos?
Yeah, Narcos is good. Mm-hmm. Pretty shit ever since.
Yeah, pretty shit since. So shit since the people wonder if he was ever good.
Exactly. And character actor, well, no. A good character actor is good for a long time in anonymity. And that's where probably Pedro would have been best. And they tried to make him into A-lister, which he is not.
It's what I try to remind people of, because it really does bug me. It's this weird moment in history, because I can't read, right? I have no eyes or whatever. I can't read.
I can identify.
But watching season 1 and 2 of Game of Thrones, and then I was like, I think it was either before or after season 3, I think it was after season 3 because I remember where I was when I saw the Red Wedding, and I was blown away. Amazing that they had the balls to kill that many major characters all at once, and they did it so well. And then, of course, I know it's all based on the book and all this stuff, so I decided to read them. I don't do this normally, guys. You understand? And I'd read past the Viper, and when I knew season 4 was coming, I was like, whoever this actor is that they're getting to play the Viper, like, he's got to nail it because this is super important.
Mhm.
And I remember even just a few do you remember his intro scene with the Lannisters and shit?
Yep.
It's like, oh man, he's nailing it. And the conversation with Tyrion, I was just like, oh, this could be really good. And then he has the scene where he says, "I'll be your champion." You're like, oh,
Good
it's a
shit.
unique feeling in that scene. And then the fight with the mountain where I was glued to the screen just because I knew what was going to happen. And I was like, oh fuck, they actually did it. There it is.
And like way gorier in the show, actually. I mean, they said smashed his face in the book, basically. But
What's the kind of thing with the mountain? He needs to land one hit and you're done.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what happens, right? Trips him up, and then he's already punched him once, and all the teeth fly out of his face. You're just like, oh shit.
Yeah, he's done.
And you get the Watchers on the Wall, which I still would argue. I think I'd have to rewatch the show, but I think that's the best episode of Game of Thrones. Watchers on the Wall.
Is it the best battle? I think so. Battle of Blackwater is pretty good.
Yeah,
but I think Watchers on the Wall is the best, most brutal battle.
The reason I like Watchers on the Wall so much is you have the battle at the top of the wall, the battle with the wildlings attacking the front, and then just like individual character stories happening all at once. And do you remember that shot that pans across the entire area and all of it feels very alive? And then you get a couple of boss fights and, the giants doing all this kind of shit. And it's 40 minutes or whatever, right? Like an hour. And it's like, oh man, this was a movie.
The thing that got me with that pan shot is normal battle scenes. You got like a guy, thrusting his sword, but you got like one kill shot. No, there was lots of like just hacking going on, and that showed the brutality of it, which they kind of did in Hardhome too, which is really good.
I happily concede Hardhome is fucking amazing. It's just the reason why I think Watchers of the Wall edges it out is all the character work.
Yeah.
It's culminated for a long time. Remember like all the guys who stand against the giant at the bottom of the wall with the tunnel? It's like, oh, that shit's so
that
good.
was good.
And when Sam releases Ghost, and it's like fucking finally, and he just gets out there and starts killing loads of wildlings. He's like, yeah.
Yep. So satisfying. Oh, that's the biggest problem with the Song of Ice, Fire, and Game of Thrones. It set up so many payoffs, right? We needed a payoff for the Red Wedding. The Red Wedding payoff in the show was fucking terrible. It was just Arya.
Oh my god, man. And it's all there. The blueprint is all. It's so weird to use the blueprint and get that far and then be like, we don't need the blueprint anymore. It's like, listen, I understand saying that when you don't have a blueprint, I guess somewhat, but when you have it, you don't bring in Stoneheart.
I know, and the payoff for the Red Wedding in the books is multiple payoffs. You have Lady Stoneheart just fucking hanging Freys, and there's lots of Freys to hang, by the way.
Oh yeah.
But then you have pretty much all the northern houses, even ones that are pretending to fucking hate each other, all conspiring against Roose Bolton, who's pretty much been smarter than most of them for the whole time, and then you're finding out, oh, maybe he's not that smart.
He was my backup Tywin when Tywin was gone, and he got killed so shittily. I'm not saying it doesn't make sense that Ramsay would kill him. It's not really that. It's more so just, oh, that was it. All right. You got stabbed. There it is.
Yeah.
He's out. And it felt that way for a lot of characters, right? I always reference Littlefinger. It's like, oh man, he's out that way. Cool. Okay. And a show that builds up basically 25 awesome characters. It reminds me of the MCU where you're like, it's okay if we lose 5, we still got 20. Sure. It's like, okay, another 5. That's a bit worrying because we still got 15. You're like, oh shit, we're down to 10. A bit worried. Like I said, I can't remember where you would have chosen to cut it off, but on EFAP we said it was Loki. You can go back and look at our coverage of Loki. We said that the MCU is dead. Once Loki happened, we were like, they fucked it. It was the Infinity Stones destroying Loki, the character, and then a bunch of other characters. Because this was after Falcon the Winter Soldier and WandaVision.
I would agree.
It was when they didn't take seriously some of the biggest stories in their own canon. It was like, oh, we're fucked.
When you see the Infinity Stones as paperweights, that was kind of it.
they don't. So many people don't understand why that's a problem.
I
Still.
know. It's beyond them. It's like, and they try to make some excuse like they work different. They don't work in every universe or something like that. But that's bullshit. They one set of Infinity Stones, because they can create reality, should work in every universe. Should work in every universe, and that should be the constant. You know.
And then you find out the logic is like, but it's funny, isn't it? Because they're so powerful, and now they're a joke, and you're like,
yep. And when you do that, when you make it a joke in universe, then it breaks the spell.
Yeah,
it breaks the spell
because it's all made up. But like, we're supposed to be invested. We're supposed to believe it. But when you are like, and they know, that's the formula for everything shit now. It's when it's like, our characters are self-aware. We know this is stupid, and you're like, no, we're it's all fantasy. We're supposed to believe it while we're watching it. That's the whole idea. We're not supposed to have the characters in universe be like, we're watching a TV show. We're watching a movie.
I blame Rick and Morty.
A lot of people blame Joss Whedon.
Joss Whedon, and then Rick and Morty. Well, they brought in a bunch of Joss Whedon worked for a while when he was literally there. The Rick and Morty shit that was brought in, that everything's irreverent and it doesn't like that. Yeah. The kind of shit that fucked it up.
No, yeah, and just that, hence the era of authenticity. Everyone's just drawing up any authenticity you can find.
No,
grab it and hold on to it for as long as you can.
No, and I don't know if you were listening earlier, but I'm pretty Doomsday's starting to look like Doctor Strange mom, like big time.
Dude, let's be honest. It's going to be the worst thing ever made. It's going to be Magneto will come on screen and say, I'm Magneto. And then his head will explode.
Yeah.
Like, cool. That was great.
There'll be like audience reaction. Yay. Oh, that's for every
You're
character
almost,
that comes
back.
back.
Just to add, it'll be, yay, I love Ian McKellen as Magneto. It's so awesome they brought him back. And oh my God, how shocking that death scene was and how amazing the fight sequence was. And I love Doctor Doom is so threatening. He can take out Magneto. And you're just sitting there like, you guys suck.
Yeah.
Like, have you seen the Predator Badlands shit? That movie is dead. It's so fucked.
It is incredible how gaslit that movie was and how it just fucking disappeared. Like
I mean, you know, because it's on Real BBC. I've been talking about. I went nuts with the Captain America 4 movie, and then of course the Superman movie. I just losing my mind with how I was struggling. Like, how could people lie so much? Like, it's insane. But this one, I think I've actually crossed the Rubicon, so to speak. I'm like, okay, truth doesn't matter. I get you. I got you.
It doesn't matter.
Rags, unfortunately, I say this with love, unfortunately got unbanned on Twitter, so now he spends more time on it, and so he's been making fun of people. Obviously, I would wish that he would spend more time fucking playing video games and watching movies, because Twitter's a waste of time. However, he was quote tweeting some people. There was a guy who was saying like, Predator Badlands made like it's up to 145 million on a 100 million budget. So it was a guy who loved the film, so he's like, it's still, people loved it. It's still good. It's still an excellent movie. I wish it made more money. And Rags is just like, you're delusional. You've lost your fucking mind. And I'm just like, it's so true. The best we could get is like, I guess it's not as successful as it could have been. It's like, that is a flop. That is a flop. Come on.
Well, celebrating a $40 million domestic, just because they had lowered the expectations like a lot, which I think was on purpose. But then it's 68% drop the next weekend, which I wasn't even expecting. I was like, holy shit, that the bottom really did fall out of this piece of shit because it's bad.
Well, and the whole, everyone was commenting on, I was like, oh, I blew away projections on the opening weekend. It's like, okay, how did it do with projections on the current weekends? And it's like, we don't need to talk about that.
We're not talking about that.
We don't need to talk about that.
So now I totally, my conspiracy theory mind thinks that Disney and the other, because the theaters they just had their worst month in 30 fucking years. They're like, let's lower the expectations to make it look like this massive hit.
I will say, I can't remember if it was on an open bar catch-up recording or if it was beforehand. I hope it was during a recording, because it was a fucking banger comment from Drinker. It was it's one of those jokes, you've come across them, I have as well, where someone says the thing and you're like, yeah, true. And then you wait for a second, you go, oh shit, that was extremely funny. Fair. He said, it's obvious why Predator Badlands has suffered, because its shared audience with Wicked for Good that's come out and it's stolen all of its.
Yep.
And I was like,
that's so true. It's
the
so
same
true.
audience. Like, anyone who's interested in Wicked 2 would obviously be interested in Predator Badlands.
That's what Barbie and Wicked proved. And I'm not the only one to come up with this. Is there is a distinct male audience and female audience. That's it.
Yeah, and if you want to appeal, this is it's so true, because like it reminds me of Mad Max, where it's just like, if you want to blow up the budget and then appeal to more demographics, whenever you appeal to more, you consequentially appeal less to the focus you had.
Yeah.
You have to. It's just how physics work, basically. But you want to make it less of what was original, right? With the film, it's like, okay, fine. So you want to make it, you want a cartoon side character. You want a girl talking throughout the whole movie. You want the Predator in touch with his feelings, and you want him to deal with family drama. I can't believe I'm saying these words, by the way, about a Predator film.
Right.
But then years ago, I couldn't believe I was saying that the Predators were hunting autism, and that was real. So,
yes.
What can I say? But anyway, it's like, okay, so you want to do that to appeal to a wider audience. It's like, sure, but you're going to lose all of the people who will come in for Predator. At least a lot of them, of course. Some people think it's amazing. Some people have described it as hypermasculine, which I think is really funny.
Yeah, it's not.
Really?
It's not.
Are you sure?
I might be going out on a limb here,
We
Mahler.
passed it through the science team haven't gotten back to us yet, but
okay, let's just look at the facts. All right. There is a male protagonist. Okay, so
yes,
okay.
Yes.
And he had a brother who was male who died.
Yes.
And then our male protagonist goes to planet and then follows around and is guided by a bunch of women. Super masculine.
There are plenty of men.
Plenty
of men on that planet. They all die, of course. They have no names, but
there were. None of the men had names. They all looked the same, and they were red shirts. They were there just as fodder.
Is it not hilarious to think about the fact that none of any of them could be as impactful as Bishop? There's no reason. The script has no reason to stop that from happening. But of course, the writers don't give a shit. As in, Bishop's not special in Aliens. He is an android. He is on the mission. The reason we remember him, of course, is because of the writing. Yes. Meanwhile, we get this army of useless male android. It's so weird. It's like these two female androids, they're super special. They've been designed specifically to have feelings.
Yeah.
That one blows my mind.
Different kind of feelings. One was more positive and one was more jaded, Mahler.
And so they needed that because it makes them better at their job, even though it literally makes one of them a traitor.
Yeah.
Excellent
Which
stuff,
tracks
guys.
for Hollywood, to be honest with you.
Well, and of course you'd be like, well, did they not learn anything from Alien Earth? And you're like, no. Of course fucking not.
No. So yeah, super masculine movie.
100%. Well, haven't you seen the screenshot where he's holding a sword and yelling? It's like,
okay. That's masculine.
It's so funny. You'll literally grow hair all over your body watching the scene where the Predator rips out Billy's skull. Meanwhile, the new one, you know what? Just don't watch it. You'll be all right.
You'll be more masculine if you don't watch it. No,
it's a nightmare, dude. How are we here?
No, it fit the bill. It hit every Disney theme. That's why it's Disney's Predator. It did the same fucking thing as Tron did. And it's weird. We had the same kind of clapback at Tron that lasted about a week, but it wasn't as much. There is a more passionate audience for Predator and Alien for sure.
Sure, yeah.
So that and there isn't for Tron. So that's your difference. But they are the same fucking movie.
Yes, 100%. I agree. Yeah, and it's just these decisions because everyone's like, I want Trachtenberg to make even more Predator movies. It's like, dude, he's made 3.
Dude,
how about we calm down?
He is a Jar Jar Abrams disciple.
Yeah. Well, you can see it.
If people forget that, and absolutely you can see it. Disney is Predator. Yes, it is. I don't
it's a Disney princess, isn't it?
Yeah. And I didn't like Prey, and Prey's better.
Well,
Prey's
I mean,
Predator film.
I completely get why you didn't like Prey, but of course, a lot of people say this, and I would back it as well. Literally just the scene of the Predator picking up the bear with his 2 claws and the blood dripping on the cloaked the cloaked predator and the blood reveals the predator. I was just like, that's a pretty cool idea. And the way they film it is really cool. They don't even fully show the predator in that scene. You see the mandibles and the face is coming through, and then she runs away. It's like really fucking cool. And then the new one, I was like, what would be the closest thing to that? And it's like, I don't know. The problem is every time the predator beats anything in that movie, it's very CG sloppy sort of thing.
Yeah.
You know, like jumping, running, and giant. When he slashes that whatever that is, the tentacle thing.
Yep.
And it just sort of falls over and dies. It's very like, okay.
Yeah.
You know how tearing the spine and
might have
skull.
taken that one personally because it was tentacles, right? You would expect.
I did take that personally. You're right, but you know, fighting someone, it's kind of funny in retrospect, right? He fights this giant tentacle monster. It's like, oh, what a big creature, a titan he's taken down. Meanwhile, it's like way more impactful that he killed a human that didn't stand a chance, being Billy, because of the way they contextualize it.
Yeah.
I was showing it on stream when he plants the skull down on the screen and you see him cleaning it. The viscera, the blood, it looks so good. So good. To the point where it's like you can reach out and touch the skull. You know it's real. He's torn it out.
Brutal.
In this film, though, it's just everything's so CG. You're just like, yeah, cartoon kills another cartoon. Okay. Well, this is, by the way, no shade to cartoons. I'm just saying.
Yeah. And they needed it to be PG-13, Mahler, so it would reach a wider audience. I would argue if you just made a violent rated R Predator movie, you would have made more money. A lot.
Yeah. For fucking 20 million. You don't need to go much further, man. You know, I was talking about it. I forget which show, but do you remember when the Predator's approaching Arnie, I think, in the finale, and you have that shot where he like pumps his arm and the claws come out. It like goes and it just comes out. It's very you could even say it's very rough sounding, but in a good way. It's very raw. It's like it sounds like a prop they made that doesn't maybe fully function, but like needs an oil or whatever, but it sounds rough, like the kind of thing a serial killer might have.
Yep.
Meanwhile, in the new one, it's like I perfectly draw my sword and then activate it, and it goes and the laser comes on. And you're just like, everything is like this now. It's not, there's no character there. The idea that the Predator has these carving tools, you know, versus a laser sword made of energy. You're like, okay.
Yeah. And it makes it like too simple. Analog.
That's a great, yeah. Well, have you seen that video that's going around, the haptic versus optic or whatever it is, where it talks about old movies versus new movies and how sounds and visuals are contextualized? It's true, and it feels like Lord of the Rings is an era where it's just after that comes to an end. We were lucky to get that. It sneaked in right at the end.
Absolutely. Having just watched all of them on a big long plane ride, and I unapologetically love The Hobbit, Mahler, despite all of its many, many flaws. And the most distinct flaw is outside. In Lord of the Rings, you can tell they're outside, filming in sunlight, and for the most part, and in parts of Lord of the Rings, you can tell when they're in studio. Hobbit is all in studio when they didn't need to, because they wanted to get a prettier sky and always have it being like the magic hour, either dawn or dusk, and like they just didn't need to do that, and it really affected Hobbiton. Like it made Hobbiton look fake.
Well, I remember somewhat of a meme at the time was like, at least there's always at least one really good scene in each of the Hobbit movies. First was the Gollum one. Second was the Smaug one.
Yep.
I forget what the third one was, but there's always a redeemable, like, that scene was fucking great. And the Gollum one in I guess, what's the first one called? Well, my mind's failing me.
Oh, Unexpected Journey.
Unexpected Journey, yeah. And I'll defend it. There's more than one good scene, of course. It's just that I remember in the cinema watching the Gollum scene being like, fuck, that was awesome. Dude, and again, Andy Serkis, the writing's on point. It's really sinister and creepy. And you know, perfect casting for Bilbo as well. That's kind of the problem in a way. A lot of it is perfect casting, but it's the script. Like, I'm assuming you've seen all of the breakdowns that go over all of the production hell of that movie.
Yep.
Movies.
Well, it transitioning from a Guillermo del Toro film to a Peter Jackson film, which is night and day, right?
Yeah.
As far as and we're, you know, he's still credited as a screenwriter, so a lot of his it's in there, and it's performances that carry it. Like it's absolutely like Ian McKellen fucking carries that fucking movie.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
you know, Radagast was great. Sylvester McCoy as Radagast was fucking great. But in that Gollum scene, which makes it particularly brutal is when he takes the goblin, he knocks out the goblin, and you think he's dead. And as he's hacking the goblin up and singing about how he's hacking the goblin up, it wakes up again.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he's all fuck you and shit. That was so good. But then super CG goblins. And I watched it at that special frame rate in the theater, and it made it look like miniatures. So you're watching it at the frame rate in 3D. So, and they all look like little miniatures running around. It was really bizarre.
It was hard for me too, because I remember distinct feeling when they're going through the goblin like caverns or whatever, and everything is just like, the word I would use is wacky.
Yeah, it's wacky, and there's too much.
And it's like, oh, do I want to be just because Moria is not wacky? It's kind of at times scary.
Well, and it also tries to follow the formula of the original trilogy. You've got a Moria scene.
Yeah,
it really pacing wise, it matches Fellowship. Like it tries to repeat the same stuff, and it's like, oh no, don't do that.
Yeah, and that's the big problem. Is I remember feeling like I might have been nostalgia baited a bit when watching The Hobbit. You know, when like Galadriel turns up or Saruman turns up, you're kind of like, oh, are we doing? And what's interesting in a meta way is like I was so excited to see Christopher Lee again because I knew he was like, this is going to be one of his last performances, unfortunately.
And he did okay, but they had to. There's a lot of his dialogue that they just edited around. You know, you can see like the back of his head and stuff. 100%. They did what they could, and you could tell, but still, I loved it.
Well, and there's that on-set fun fact, right? That he was delaying production because of how much people wanted to sit around and just listen to him talk. Which
Why not?
is one of those things where, dude, if I was on set, I'd be willing to lose my job to listen to him talk.
Hell yeah. But you know, it's the Star Wars prequels. It's the same thing. You know, except the Star Wars prequels had a better last movie because the Battle of the Five Armies was a fucking hot mess.
That's all I remember is the third one's the worst. Like old borderline irredeemable.
Yep. It's bad. It's bad. But the first two are pretty good. A little bloated. And the fucking love triangle is fucking retarded.
Some people in chat, if Drinkers put it out, might know this, but Drinker said on the prior open bar that voice acting, you know, is much more chill because you don't have to do acting or whatever, and he like set me off.
Triggered.
You know, because I have immense respect for the best voice actors, as you do, of course. Like that's why I think I appealed to you. So like you're gonna know from audiobooks that there's a difference between the ones that are good and bad. And then, of course, video games where they do the full... Actually, I saw this recently. So Expedition 33, you've probably heard that name at some point, right?
Yes, I've heard of it.
Being considered for Game of the Year.
They didn't beat it easily.
Of course, 1,000 times. But Charlie Cox is in it. And a lot of people like, he's great in it. He's great. So one of the first things he started saying was, first of all, like, oh, shit. Yeah, I did that really casually. And it's great to hear people love it. Thumbs up. You know, the kind of thing where it's just like, he's like, huh? And recently he's been saying, please don't credit me as much as the guy who did all the mocap. He's like all the expressions, all of the, because like really people should be talking more about him because, you know, and it's the kind of thing, it kind of gives you a sense of, because Christopher Judge doing Kratos and all the God of Wars, like they do all of the scenes in person being recorded in mocap with great effort, having to cry on cue and doing everything on. So when you go like, oh yeah, they're a voice actor and it's fine. It's like, dude, like,
it's not like you're doing an audiobook. It's totally different. Totally different. And
but I want to give credit to the audiobook people too, you know.
Well, dude,
when you see the behind the scenes of stuff like The Lion King or whatever, where all these actors are using their hands and face to really get into the role, it's like, yeah, give them some credit. Don't just be like, they're not acting, they're doing voice acting. It's like,
it's way more than that. And there's I wish there was behind the scenes footage of the BBC Lord of the Rings audio where they're just standing around one mic holding their paper. But if you listen, there's motion involved and expressions involved in this because they were classically trained actors acting. It does take effort.
Yeah, it's a complicated thing, but you can hear, as someone who's watched so many animated TV shows, you can hear the difference between an actor who's into it and an actor who isn't.
Oh, Mark Hamill. Very, very good voice actor. One of the
It's
best.
funny you say that. Well, okay, so I agree, but him as Chucky, I don't know if you've seen that. It's abominable.
Yeah, it's bad. But I mean,
But it might be a direction issue rather than him, as in like they wanted him to do a particular voice, and it's just bad.
Hamill can do one thing really well. Well, you know, if you see the Trickster in the Flash series, I mean, that's his Joker.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing. But
do you see the
really
Long
good.
Walk? He's in that.
I have not seen the Long Walk, nor
he's
will
not in
I.
it much though.
Oh,
well,
really? They made it look like he's in it a bunch.
He's like the guy who's telling them all to do the thing, but he's pretty one note and he has like very limited time. I'm trying to think of what else he's. Oh well, he was in House of Usher. Did you watch that? I can't remember.
Yeah, I liked House of Usher quite a bit.
He's low key probably my favorite character in House of Usher. The lawyer who is absolutely fucking ruthless to the point of killing people in order to make things go away. He kills death in that movie. It's so awesome. A lawyer that's that committed to the job kills death.
It's the greatest evil in the universe.
It's like my favorite scene where he does it and death rises back up as just like, wow, you actually did it. And he's like shocked. And then she's just like, I just wanted to see if you would do it. And he's just like, holy shit. And then they have the conversation where she offers him a standard, death devil type deal. And he just says, I'll take my chances. It's just like, so cool.
I gotta watch it.
I also like that it's a lawyer that does it too. Like knowing that you're gonna fuck me over whatever this deal is. I'm not doing it.
Oh man,
that's Flanagan, and he's doing a Carrie TV show soon.
Why?
Well, he's big into Stephen King stuff, and I get.
I don't know how you get an entire fucking show. It's a short book, even for Stephen King standards.
True. So this is the thing. What's funny is people have asked me, like, "Oh, are you excited for that?" And I was like, "Actually, no, because I don't like it when Flanagan is adapting. I prefer his original works because, I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't say this, so I do commit to it. But like, Haunting of Hill House is excellent. However, right, this is funnily enough, this came up on the recent EFAP. So Chris Stuckman's review of Haunting of Hill House, a TV show, 9 episodes at between 40 and 50 minutes per episode.
You just did
said
a review,
he reviewed it in about 3 minutes. That was his review. You know what's great too? He says this is the review. He says it's directed and written by Mike Flanagan. It's excellent. It's about a family that live in a house that's haunted, and they experience trauma, and the trauma goes from when they are young to when they are older. And I said to Rags, it's like, don't you think just from The Haunting of Hill House, the name, you could have made this video? You don't need to see it to say all of that.
No.
You could have assumed there's a family that live in the house. It is haunted, and whatever the experience goes forward in their lives. Like, yeah, I think I could have said that. Anyway, I'm getting off track. The reality is, like, he says in that video that it's like the best adaptation of the Haunting of Hill House book. And I was like, oh shit, he hasn't done his research, because one, plenty of interpretations of it. It might be the best in isolation, but it is absolutely the worst adaptation because it has nothing to do with the book. I think the only thing that's referenced is a handful of names. That's it. Like, to be clear, right? Because some people find this bizarre to consider. If we could, so think of Indiana Jones, the trilogy, the Indiana Jones films, if you recontextualize them as an adaptation of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, you'd be like, huh? That's not, and you'd be like, well, they're still good movies, and you're like, no, but what do they have to do with Lord of the Rings, though? And you're like, well, it doesn't matter. Let's just say Indiana was called Aragorn.
Sure.
Like,
and they both had 3 movies.
Yeah, that's the thing. So you can't call them a great adaptation. You're welcome to say they're good movies, but you can't call them a good. But he did, and I was just like, yeah, it's because I watched it. I think it was on Red Letter Media's recommendation. I thought, oh, what a great show. But I saw a bunch of people were shitting all over it, and I was like, oh, why? What's the big issue? And it's like, it has nothing to do with the books. And I was like, oh,
yeah,
because imagine you're a big fan of a book. It gets a big screen adaptation by a favored director and writer, and it has nothing to do with the source. Nothing. It'd be pretty fucking annoying.
Lord of the Rings trilogy, greatest trilogy ever made. Not the best adaptation in the world.
Yeah, no, I know. Lots of complaints. I know.
But we have here a great example of a Chris Stuckman. By the way, his reviews 2 million subs. But we have a great example of a Chris Stuckman review here.
This film was directed by John Smith, and John made Googly Eyes from 2015, and that was a very good film. And this film, I really liked the cinematography. It was very well executed. And I'd say that you should, if you enjoyed the one that came before, you probably enjoy this one. And I will say, I've noticed a lot of discussion surrounding the
This is so
sort
perfect.
of implications of the social commentary on this film. And I'm not, you know, personally, I'm not. It didn't affect my enjoyment. Thank you. This gets an A+ and get Stuckmanized. It is bizarre how consistently he will mention like the most talked about talking point and then not express his perspective on it. This is a thing that's happening. Anyway. Oh, okay.
Oh, to drink and review Wicked. I just saw it.
So okay, so this is super relevant. I sent you a message about this. So we did the Chris Stuckman episode of EFAB, and I saw this comment. I think it might currently be the top comment, and I thought it was just bullshit. It said Chris Stuckman recently took down a video because he did an advertisement for gambling, and it like had a laughing face, and I was like, no way. But I checked Twitter, and there is a clip of it that exists. You can find it. So Chris Stuckman reviewed Wicked for Good, which I think is a 5-minute video, which, by the way, you don't need to be a long man to say that's insane. Okay.
Yes.
Me and you could watch a 5-minute film and talk easily for longer than 5 minutes. It's insane that you can make something so fucking short, but whatever, that's what he does. However, 2 minutes of this 5-minute thing was an ad. What the fuck? Like, how can you get... And you might think to yourself, no way. Currently, his latest video is reviewing some other movie, and he's done the exact same thing, except the ad in that is not for gambling, it's for something else. Anyway, he does this for the Wicked sequel. His fans roast him, and he takes the video down. And this happened a couple of days ago, and there's like not much record of it. And I was like, how could there not be record of it? I check his subreddit, and the latest post was like, do you think Chris Stuckman will get another directing gig? Which was from a few days ago.
Yeah.
But the funniest thing, Gary, is the second most recent post was from 20-something days ago. And it was, hey, since nobody has posted this, I figured I would. What did you think of Shelby Oaks? It's like, what the fuck?
No.
Now, if you don't understand, the point I'm making is, holy shit, there's such a lack of passion in his fan base. But I guess that makes sense. Because he doesn't inspire passion.
He doesn't inspire passion.
And so there's no record of him having done this with Wicked for Good or whatever, for now anyway. However, if you go to his newest video and look at newest comments, there are people talking about it. It's like, hey, bro, you uploaded a video with a gambling ad and it's been taken down. Where did it go?
Well, he could just cut out the ad and the review would be 3 minutes.
Well, some people are making the joke. It's like, these are just ads with a review in the middle of it randomly. It's like, that's all these are now.
He should just do shorts. He'd probably get more subs from it. He wouldn't make any money, but he'd get more subs.
It matches everything I've known about him, which is that he doesn't respect YouTube as a profession or a work. It's like, no, that's a goofy little kids thing that you can do on the side. It's not a real job. Whereas, you know, a director is a real job. And it's like, okay, fine, you can have that perspective, but it's just like it's seeped into your production to the point where now it seems he only uses YouTube as a way to make a bit more money. He does not care.
No.
I'm starting to wonder if he even cares about film. You know, like getting lit up. People made fun of it, and I don't think it's there's no problem with making fun of it. I assume you heard I got particularly drunk on a stream a month ago or something on playing Bloodborne, and I just went into like a huge rant about how Game of Thrones was destroyed.
Yep.
Why do you think I did that? It's because I have trauma.
Like, you care, but there's passion involved.
And it's hard to fake that, and he hasn't been able to now for the past few years.
No, he just came in at a time where I guess nobody was. I mean, not that I was never watching his stuff before, I didn't watch any of the Collider stuff and the early movie review stuff, the movie space that John Campea thinks he created. And I guess there was just no one else there. That would be my guess. But like at least John Campea is passionate about stuff. He's a complete normie and doesn't know shit. And relies on Robert all the time, but he does get passionate, about the wrong stuff. Certainly.
Well, yeah, I mean, I have friends who still love all the Marvel releases. IRL friend, and I'm just like, that's fine, but you can tell they care. They're like, yeah, I love the part with the bubble
and they
bud.
can,
And you're like, all right,
they can emote like
yes,
in reality because they actually feel emotions.
Their eyebrows will move. Their eyes show a soul is behind them. It's crazy.
Yeah, it boggles the mind, but anybody can make it on YouTube, guys. Anybody can make it. 2 million subs.
Do you know?
For stuff.
It was funny. I was talking to Drinker, and I said about Shelby Oaks. I couldn't imagine working on a script for 10 years, and all you produce is this one movie. And I developed this into saying, if it were Lord of the Rings, I could understand. If I said it was like I went away for 10 years and I came back and made the Lord of the Rings, I'd be like, okay, fair. However, if it was Shelby Oaks, you'd be like, what the fuck? You lost 10 years of your life to that? Jesus. And he cut me off. He was like, motherfucker, you spent like 14 months making a video. And then I was like, yeah, 17 and a half hours. That's many films.
And it'll be more engaging.
I hope so. But, my point is, as much as it is insane that I devoted 14 months to a video, it is 17 and a half hours. Yes. So if I've said before, if I split this into 1 hour per month, that goes for more than a year and a half. I could make a lot during that. And it would seem like I'm producing all the time as opposed to one big blast, but I still want to do that because I mean,
that's a year's worth of content in one video. That's what it is.
Pretty much. So that's why I said to him, it's like, that's kind of the opposite of what Chris has done. And he said like, oh, well, was it just tooling away on notes though? Because that's a bit different. It's like, well, according to his friend, he was just outright writing script notes for 10 years. And I was saying, you'd expect the result of that would be an overwritten script, as in there's too many ideas, or there's loads of dialogue, or there's loads of overcompensation. But Shelby Oaks is very undercooked. This very empty film. Have you seen it yet, by the way?
No, I don't think I will.
Yeah. I mean, it's I can't recommend it. I'll say that much.
I can't do the math right now, but I'm pretty sure like a year's worth of my videos would equal probably your one video. I do like 52 a year.
It would be interesting to see. I think you still make more than me in raw timeline. Over 14 months, I think you would have outright releases. You probably make more than 17 and a half, but it's still pretty chunky on my end,
Yeah, very chunky.
Which, coming to theaters near you in 5 days or less, something like that.
You need to have a countdown.
Where?
On your Twitter.
I do need to tweet about it. I've forgotten to. I was going to tweet the timeline in the Vegas thing, but to be fair, as we're speaking, I'm still up rendering the final, quote unquote, final version. So maybe I'll do it tonight or something. I don't know.
What is Mahler's video about?
It's about Star Wars Outlaws being a really shit game. And to be fair, I know a lot of people are like, oh, what? You spend that long talking about that? It's like, listen, I hope as with all of my other videos, it's so crazy. I've told you this before, but when Star Wars The Last Jedi came out, I was working on a Westworld Season 1 video.
Oh.
And when I say working on, I mean I was in the script. So no editing was done. And I don't even think a lot of the script was done. I think it was mainly notes. I was so enamored by the concepts and Anthony Hopkins' performance and stuff. I was really disappointed that I didn't like where the season ended, and obviously season 2 was oof, but that was before that came out, so I wanted to talk about it, and I was starting it up. Sorry, I'm all over the place right now. I've been rewatching Stranger Things with Fringy. I remembered because that was in October of 2017, season 2, and then December of 2017 is where Star Wars came out. I was very invested in making a video on Stranger Things season 2 because I was like, oh, this is so shit. I could make a fun video out of this, but I'm not going to do it. I've been doing a lot of video games. I kind of a video game channel. I'm not going to do it. But Westworld, I was like, no, I think I might do it for this. I'm that passionate about it. And then I watched The Last Jedi and I was like, fuck. And I came home. I think I wrote some bullet points and I was just like, hit record. I was like, this fucking movie. I was like, there's so much wrong. And released it, and I've told people again and again, my fans were like, oh, film review, maybe you should stick to games.
Uh-huh.
It's like, nowadays I'm getting people saying like game review. Shouldn't you stick to films?
Yeah, it didn't even. When I started my channel, it was just TV shows. That's all I was going to do. I was like, everybody does movies. I'm going to do the hard thing. I'm going to review like 9-episode seasons. And it just didn't work out that way. But this coming December 18th, which is a Thursday, Mahler, I'm doing a Force Awakens review.
Oh,
I never did
shit.
one. I never did one. So I'm going to do one on the 10-year anniversary. And then I'm like, I'll probably do a Last Jedi one after that, because I did a live review with my friend John, and it was like point counterpoint. Like he loved it and I hated it. But I never did a review of that. I've never even watched Ghostbusters 2016. So I'm going to do a review on that when it hits its 10-year anniversary next year.
I think I told you right. Like I missed Afterlife, and then Frozen Empire came out, and Drinker was like, "You got to see it. We're doing it for Open Bar." And I was like, "Well, if I have to see Afterlife, I'm going to see Frozen Empire." I fucking hated Afterlife.
I know you did. I kind of liked it, but
I hate it so much.
Purely for nostalgia reasons.
I will say I'm not that you aren't. I know that you are a major fan of the original Ghostbusters. So I was like, hopefully this one, fixes it. But like, I couldn't see the difference between Afterlife and TFA. I was just like, it's the same thing. So
it probably isn't. And bringing back Harold Ramis as CG is probably pretty horrible.
It's and I don't blame anyone for this. At the time, I think everyone was like, "What a respectful way to do it." But in retrospect, you're like, "Wait, I don't think that is actually." Because
I'm totally guilty of this. I think it was just more of like, it's not Ghostbusters 2016,
Well, so for the record,
didn't do
I
as
liked,
well.
And I know that you didn't, so you were more on point on this. But I liked TFA when I first saw it, and I know for a fact in retrospect I was tricked, and I don't like it. But it was because I was so desperate for more Star Wars. A load of people were suckered in for that reason. But if I had future me sitting next to past me, and I was like, "What did you think of this scene?" And then I'd be like, "Oh, well, I like this, that." And he's like, "Why did you like that?" And you're like, I mean, you got people in chat. You've seen what happened. If you've seen the TFA series, that's me coming to terms with that movie over the course of time.
I went through a journey too, but those early days for my channel, right? And I watched it and hated it, and specifically what they did to Han Solo. Fucking hated every second of what they did to Han Solo. But then I'm like, man, a lot of people like this. Maybe I'm fucking maybe I'm done. Maybe, I have no taste or whatever. Went back and questioned myself, and then went back again and said, no, I fucking hate this. I really fucking hate this.
Yeah. Well, in retrospect, I still think I hate The Last Jedi. TFA, I consider it's like borderline laughable and gross. Like my hatred, I think, is reserved. In the same way, I assume you don't hate Rise of Skywalker. You instead consider it a clown movie. It's just like, what a stupid.
Yeah, it's a joke.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting how there's a difference between those two things. It's like, do you hate Dial of Destiny? I'm like, ooh, I think so. Yeah. Rather than clowning it. But then do you hate Temple of Crystal, whatever the fuck movie? And I was like, I don't think I hate that one. I think it's stupid. It's just like a bad movie.
It's stupid. With a very, I love the ending, with Indy marrying,
Oh, sure. The next one ruins.
Yeah.
And then they kill his son.
So Indy marrying Marion at the end is like, that's canon to me. So my head canon is we do an epilogue after Last Crusade of just that wedding. You just tag that on at the end. You go many years later, and there's a son there. That's it.
I don't know if there's a word for it, but like the scale of something being bad, it can like easily move from being into something that makes me furious or makes me laugh. It's like this borderline.
Yeah, like Acolyte was funny as hell.
Yeah.
I don't hate the Acolyte. I hate what it represents, but its finished product was comical, laughable, memeable, had a good time roasting it, like a really good time. Then there's like stuff that's just fucking like Alien Earth for the most part was just fucking bad. It got comical towards the end, which made it a little more enjoyable.
Yeah, we said the penultimate episode was really funny. And I will say I prefer it when it's funny bad instead of furious inducing bad.
Like Madam Web. Madam Web is a fun bad movie.
Yeah,
to watch.
Sure. Well, and you know, ManWeb has the benefit, which prefer everything does. It doesn't destroy anything. As bad as ManWeb can be, it's not going to attack anything really. It's just destroying itself.
Well, we can circle back to Loki, and that's why that was kind of the breaking point because of the damage it did. Was it like technically like Secret Invasion was pretty terrible. I think that's the bottom. I think that really is the bottom. That and Ironheart are the bottom. But
I can't believe Drinker skipped that one. You know, by chance. Just skipped it.
He lost about 6 million views in a review.
He could do it to this day and get a bunch of views.
Bro, I did not expect to get 1.2 million reviews out of my Secret Invasion.
That episode we had Disparu on, and like with the intention of having him on to cover the whole thing, but we went for so fucking long that oh, hang on, let's see if I can find it, dude. YouTube. It's when I'm rendering, my whole computer just shuts down. I'm sure you've experienced this. All the effort for RAM is going into it. Oh yes, typing Secret Invasion is going to get the result I'm looking for, isn't it?
Sure.
Not EFAB. It's like, do you want the trailer? It's like, no, not really. Oh man, I can't wait for the season 2. That's definitely going to happen.
You know what is funny is when you search like Acolyte at the time. And I know it's based on my search history, but you'll just put in Acolyte and you get Drinker video and then my video. And then maybe the trailer.
That's why it's not difficult for me to understand. Like, if someone said to me, like, don't you think there's a problem with Drinker's coverage with how many people are covering him? It's like, no. He's a menace to the people who make this shit because he's influential. And it's yeah, of course they want us to stop talking.
Majorly. Dude, when I go down there and talk to I mean, it's anecdotal, but when I talk to the people I talk to and they all mention Drinker, every single one of them, and they all secretly watch him. And
I mean, he'd be pretty fucking annoying, wouldn't he? It's like you make your shit show, and then he's like, "Hey, it's shit." You're like, "Hey, can't you be like the other guys who say it's great? We'll pay you."
The most surreal thing I have heard, I told Drinker this the minute I heard it, was well, it's a buddy of mine who works with Taylor Sheridan, right? He was at the meetup. People will know who he is. And it's like it's like a secret handshake. It's like, do you watch Drinker? And, you know, they mentioned me too, but like, do you watch Drinker? And they go, yeah. You know, it's like this little secret society within it, which is funny as hell. So yeah, he has so much fucking influence there. It's crazy.
Well, you know, neither of us say this as a way to, you know, prop him up or anything. It's just the truth. He is the most influential movie critic right now.
Yes, it is a fact.
In previous generations, it was people like CinemaSins or Nostalgia Critic, if you go far back enough, or people like Chris Stuckman nearly got there. Not anymore. Especially since Chris Stuckman announced he'll never criticize a movie. It's over. Yeah. I don't see why you wouldn't understand that. That basically announces you have no integrity anymore. It's like, oh, okay. Well, there's no point in listening to you anymore.
And I think if Drinker tried, which I don't want to speak for him, but I don't think he will, he could easily become part of the Critics' Choice Awards and the Critics Association. I think they would let him in for sure if he wanted.
And that's the thing. Drinker's way too normal to care about.
Yeah. I don't think
a really great comparison would be, and I've seen it, but I don't know which video it is. It's when Chris Stuckman gets authorized to be a Rotten Tomatoes critic. He's so happy. He's talking about how amazing it is that he's made it. He's an official critic. He's there just like Roger Ebert would be there. It's like, yes. Meanwhile, if they said, "Hey, would you like to be on Rotten Tomatoes?" you and I would be like, what do you mean?
I would just troll. That's all I would do. I would talk shit about other critics. That's all I do. I wouldn't even talk about the movie.
It's just funny. Yeah. It's like, okay, sure. Well, yeah. So what I was looking for was, our episode on Secret Invasion it's got 264,000 views. It's a re-uploaded stream.
That's insane.
And all that tells me is just like how awful that show was. Do you remember that they had the AI opening and they thought it was cool?
They did. And no, it really means something. It's like, no, it doesn't.
No, it's just really cringe, man.
But what put it over the edge was Gaia at the end when they made the Super Skrull, which is a pretty well-known villain in Marvel Comics. They made it basically a guy and a girl, but they made it Amelia Clark.
Jesus Christ.
And it symbolized like They even did the girls, you know, the Let's Do It World War II pose, you know, for what's her name? That famous picture. They did that
Yeah.
pose with
Do you mean,
her,
do you mean with the Drax arm?
yeah, with the with the Drax arm with
Which is the
tattoos
most
on it.
insane. It's funny, people pick that one as the most insane, and I think they pick it because it's so visually striking. But the most insane is still the Squidward arm, where she copies genetically his rings.
His rings and tattoos.
Like, how do you copy rings?
How do you get rings through DNA? Tell me how that works.
And you know the people who did it were like, "Oh, shut up, who cares, shut up."
It doesn't matter, and that's their whole attitude. It's fantasy. It doesn't matter. Oh, it kind of does.
I remember that's 10.5 hours of us just talking about how bad that show is.
264,000 views with 10 hours, and what the average watch time is probably 2 hours, which is insane.
That's the thing. A lot of people will be like, "Yeah, you fuck it. You just hate on shit." Blah, blah, blah. And it's like, why do you think though? Why do you think that's happening? Because we loved what it was.
We loved what it was, and it's really bad now. Why don't you start liking stuff? When they make good stuff, I'll like it. I promise.
Well, so this is the shame. I wish I had, had these shows and met you and done all this stuff when the MCU started. How cool would that have been? Talking about Iron Man, we would have been like, what a fucking awesome movie, dude.
I love that. I saw that movie so many times at the theater.
Well, and that's the thing. You've talked about it. I've talked about, like, we had those moments. They were all private, as in like with friends or in the comic shop or whatever have you. Like, it was all happening. It just wasn't. We weren't able to share it worldwide, sort of thing. Which is it's a great thing to be able to do now. Unfortunately, there's not as much stuff to celebrate.
No, I couldn't make a top 5 movies list. Now I haven't seen Warfare yet. I imagine that'll probably be in my top 5.
Well, okay. So you haven't seen that? You haven't seen Life of Chuck, right?
I haven't seen Life of Chuck yet, but I'm going to see those.
Have you seen Good Boy? You have seen that, right?
I have not seen Good Boy.
Okay, so I mean, you might be able to make a top 5 if you see those 3.
I can't. I'm a dog lover, so I'm like, I'll watch Good Boy, but that might be tough.
You'll be okay. I guarantee you'll be okay. It's a cool movie. I like it a lot.
Yeah, like even Frankenstein, which probably has been going up to number 1 for me. I'm I think in a normal year it wouldn't be number 1. It'd probably be in my top 5. But
no, I totally understand what you're saying. In any other year, the top 5 might not score as well, but we're in this year.
We're in this
year.
What I mean? So when they talk about Warner Brothers having all those successes, which it did, but it was the smartest midget. It was the tallest retard.
That is one of my favorite quotes. The tallest retard.
The tallest retard.
Is that as that came from? Who originally said that? Shad? Okay. Yeah. It's just because it's so stupid, but it's so funny.
It is.
The tallest retard.
Tallest retard.
Speaking of that, I was just say I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go pee quick.
Yeah. Speaking of that, while he's peeing, I want to take we're going to be returning to reviewing TV shows after they air, because we have something we're actually excited about, which is Night of the Seven Kingdoms. So that premieres, I think, Sunday, January 18th, and Mahler will be there, and Shad, and Ryan, and maybe we'll rotate like Nerd Cookies if she wants to join. Other people that'll come on in. Was it Fringy who was with us? Yeah, well, maybe Fringy will come in. But can't wait for that one. That looks pretty fun. And I think January is going to be interesting because Wonder Man's going to come out. I am curious about Wonder Man now, because it looks like they're really going to try to address the recasting thing, the diversity casting. Nerd Cookies is great, chat. Yeah, Wonder Man. I'll be doing Wonder Man for sure. We'll see how Disney takes that on. I'm guessing it will probably be cringe, but the friend of mine who I talked to gives me all the good information about Marvel. He says it's great. But he also said Doctor Strange Mom was great. But I love that person to death, by the way. Very good person. Very good human being. I don't think Wonder Man's going to be great. I don't think anything Disney with Marvel can be made great. I think Spider-Man despite having a name, Brand New Day, I fucking despise that name, and comic book fans will know because it's the storyline that followed up One More Day, which is the storyline that killed Spider-Man. Hello. So yeah, Night of the Seven Kingdoms reviews. We're gonna do it.
Fuck yeah, dude. Well, are we doing? Do you have any? What's your plans for Stranger Things?
We can do Stranger Things,
but would you want to do it in chunks?
I think in chunks. I do need to we might have to do it like a day later, if that's even possible. We'll talk about it because the day of I have to record a video. I have to get up early, watch it, and record the video.
I was saying to friends of mine, we got Christmas shenanigans to do, and everyone's like, "Well, it's fine. It's not even December yet." And it's like, yeah, but nobody's available in December. That's just how it works.
Do I got you for a Christmas Eve stream again?
Oh, I tried to make sure I remember. How long we've been doing that? That's tradition now.
A
long running
Santa, and that'll be Wednesday. That'll be a Wednesday for me anyway. I don't know what it'll be for you, but maybe a Thursday.
I usually try and make room because
those are fun. Those are tons of fun.
You know, I was thinking about how I am infinitely jealous of you for being able to see Predator on release in theaters. However, what's crazy is because I was obsessed with film well early, but that my generation, not that they weren't obsessed with film, but they weren't as obsessed with older films. Hence why I'm able to hold a conversation with people like you and Drinker despite being so fucking whippersnappery compared. You know, some of my friends, including, I think, Fringy and Rags, did not see Lord of the Rings in theaters, but I certainly did. All three of those movies. And I've cited that they probably destroyed my perception of film in the sense of this better be the standard. You know what I mean?
We talked about that on the anniversary stream, right? We were just like, this might have been the peak. You know, we talk about 2008, but like as far as just pure cinema and, you know, popular culture cinema, that I don't think it'll ever be equaled ever again. And that's fine, but things could still be good. They just haven't been consistently. You can certainly hold a conversation with any of me or my friends who go way the fuck back on this stuff.
You know, that's seriously not meant to be some kind of comment on how old everyone is. More so that being able to, because thanks to my dad, that I watched a whole bunch of older shit to the point where I care more for older generation movies than I do for my own. Not to say that I don't love 90s and 2000s, which I guess. What is your generation in the sense of relative to your age? Is it whenever you hit like 10 years old, whatever generation that is, or is it from zero?
I think it varies, but yeah, for me it was like 10, 12 years old, so that's the 80s.
So for you it would be 80, for me it would be 2000s, which, you know, again, it's the last decade that had worthwhile shit in it. So, you know, it's something.
I was single digit when like Star Wars came out and Superman. So
that's the thing for Lord of the Rings. It's so fucking awesome how generational it is in the sense that you would have seen it after having seen so many other movies, and you're like, wow, this is what a great achievement that you understand how we got here. Drinker, it's like he said previously it's like it belonged to his generation, but I feel the same way, even though he and I don't think we technically share a generation, me and Drinker. I think we're just out. I forget, how old is he? Is that known?
I don't know.
I'm 32, so I assume he's like 40 something, right?
No, he's in his 30s, I think.
Is he?
Yeah.
You sure?
Not 100%, no.
Chad, do you know? I don't know if it's public.
I thought
someone said he is 40, maybe. I
thought it was like late 30s. Oh, 40.
Well, if he's a millennial, then yes, we do share a generation. Well, in that case, yeah, fair. But what my point was going to be that it's just for everybody. You know what I mean? It like feels like it's for everybody. Yeah. Which is so fucking awesome. I wish more movies did that.
I know. I was on what was I on? Egypt Air for my 1 hour flights, and I couldn't understand the language, but I had a screen in front of me, so I just fired up Blade Runner, and it was in 4:3. And I'm just marveling, like, that movie could have been made today.
Yes.
That movie could have been made today. It is insane. I am not 75 yet, but I'm really close to it, chat.
You know that did you know about that John Malkovich movie that's not going to release for another 80 years or whatever?
Oh yeah. That's a trip. I love that idea.
I do too. But I'm genuinely curious. You know, something like T2 or Aliens or Alien or any of these movies that we quintessentially associate with like man, visually speaking, that could release at any time and it would still be amazing. What's, I guess, funny about it is if T2 released today, all of us would be like, what the fuck? Like, this looks so much better than any other movie.
Yep.
Of course, if we ignore all of the stuff like, wait, Arnold Schwarzenegger's really young, huh? Ignore all of that. But, like, we would just be like, this doesn't make sense. We would be like, what happened? What's going on? We need to find out who made this and how and why. Because it's just so alien.
It was bizarre seeing it because it looks so different back then. It's really, for lack of a better term, it's like a really crisp movie, like really sleek. Everything looks really fucking good and clean, and it's hard to describe how much it stood out technologically. Like, oh, they must have paid $1 gazillion for this because this looks so much better than every other movie I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
And the same with Star Wars. When Star Wars came out, it's like, what? Like, holy shit.
Yeah. Well, the story
Flash Gordon came out after Star Wars. Star Wars. And it looks like it was made in the early 70s.
The story of when the helicopter passes under the bridge in T2 in the third act, that James Cameron had to pilot it because the other pilots weren't willing to, like for safety reasons. It's like, fuck, that's so cool. And you know for a fact that can't happen now. Absolutely not.
Nope. Oh, hell no.
And you'd be like, well, they do it with CG. And it's like, yeah, they would.
Part of the reason was Twilight Zone. That was part of the reason they weren't going to do that because of the Twilight Zone movie.
The tragedy, right?
Oof. John Landis would have gone down as one of the better directors of all time. Like, for a comedy director, he was kind of like the Spielberg of comedy, and that destroyed his career. Absolutely destroyed it. His confidence, everything.
So there's going to be a handful of these, but I was curious for your set. We'll cap it to 4, right? So when I was a kid, Nightmare Before Christmas, Aliens, T2, and Predator were films I watched on repeat.
Mm-hmm.
What were yours for that? If you have a selection.
When I was younger or now?
Like we're talking between 5 and 15, just the age group of just you could watch it 1 billion times because you were so young. It was like your babysitter.
Okay, so if I had the access to it, which I didn't for a lot of those movies, it would have easily been Star Wars, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Big Trouble in Little China, and Wrath of Khan.
But like, well, I mean, you're not that old, right? You still had access to home video, presumably.
Well, okay.
Right?
So when you said 5 to 15, ages 5 to 15. So when I was 5, there was no VHS.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we're gonna pretend there was VHS, but
but those would have been the movies.
But I hit 15 at 1985, so VHS was still relatively new. But it became regular. It was I know it wasn't the first. I think Gremlins and, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, and I know for sure Wrath of Khan were one of the first 2 or 3 movies that were made affordable. So when VHS was first around, you had to pay like $100 in 80s money to buy one.
Help me out. What was the way to watch films that were releasing at home before VHS?
You had the Super 8 ones, right? You had a little projector and you had an edited down version of the movie, like a Super 8 or 16 millimeter, one of the two. And you watched reels, or you watched it on TV when it broadcast.
Okay. Well, did you have what were your picks for that?
Oh, Superman, 10 Commandments, the Hobbit cartoon. So these were on constantly. And then what would be what was on TV a lot? Not Spartacus. Man. So 10 Commandments, Superman the movie. They spread between, they did it in 2 parts. So that's why there's that TV cut that I watched all the time.
Yeah.
10 Commandments was on, I think it was around, I can't remember what time of year, Easter or Thanksgiving, some holiday. Yeah, 10 Commandments was a shit. Love that movie. Absolutely love that movie. And It's a Wonderful Life. Yeah.
There's movies, I think, that benefit immensely from that vibe. I'm assuming you know what I mean. Like
Wizard of Oz. Yes, Wizard of Oz was always a big thing when it hit TV too. Like huge.
I have like
huge.
really good, strong memory because despite when I was growing up, I loved playing video games right in my room alone, or with family, whatever, if they want to come in. But it would be like a thing at Christmas of we all look at the TV, and then you'd highlight the things we're all agreed. Yeah, we'll watch that at this time, and so everyone does their own shit, but everyone knows we're going into the main room because that's coming on at that time. And I hate to say this, I really do, but even commercials were kind of okay because it meant everyone could chat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it was like a vibe. It's kind of sad thinking about it in retrospect. It's like, we've erased it while simultaneously it's not erased at all because ads are getting more and more proliferated in all the streaming shit. To the point of just being like, hey, Disney Plus, didn't it like duplicate its price in the newest update or whatever? I remember seeing posts about it. And it's like, yeah, if you want to stay ad free, it's just going to keep going up until they just say like, hey, even the maximum price, it still has ads.
Planet of the Apes. Planet of the Apes. They played that all the fucking time.
Meanwhile, for my generation, we were like, Planet of the Apes from Tim Burton. All right, let's see this.
Yeah. So it was Planet of the Apes, and then it was Twilight Zone marathons, Star Trek marathons, Planet of the Ape marathons. There were these big events that we'd always sit around and watch all of. Godzilla marathons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, so this is why I love Jingle All the Way. It was on every Christmas, and it was just amusing. It was that era of Arnie where he was messing around. Like all of his best stuff was borderline behind him at that point, I think. But it was still fun.
Twins. I fucking love it.
Yeah. Well, and we mentioned, I think, on the stream, End of Days is kind of in that era. Erase, Collateral Damage. It's all these like sort of like Arnie's he's still an action star, and then he becomes governor and he's basically gone.
Yep, kind of winding down. But Arnie was always kind of funny.
No, yeah, that's the thing. He wanted, I think that was his journey, right? He wanted to prove that he could be an actor. Then he wanted to prove he could be an action star, and then he wanted to prove he could do comedy as well. Wanted to prove he could do the bodybuilding. Wanted to prove he could be a politician. He did all of it. Have you seen the Arnie documentary? It's quite good on Netflix.
It's really good. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Put the cookie down now. Is Sinbad in that movie, by the way?
It's Sinbad.
It's such a...
Why am I blanking on his weightlifting movie? The one thing that
Pumping Iron.
Pumping Iron. He is so fucking funny in Pumping Iron.
Yeah, the shit he says in that is insane.
Roasting people is so good.
Do you remember the underground Santa organization that are dealing toys like drugs?
Yeah, that's good.
It's so stupid.
It's so dumb. I got to get to some soups. You want to hang out?
Hell yeah. No problem.
Kindergarten Cop was fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing movie. Good time. There was a little stretch where Touchstone, guys, you remember Touchstone. So Touchstone was Disney. And that's when they started doing rated R movies. And they did Ruthless People and Down and Out in Beverly Hills. And those are both really good movies. And those were Disney movies. But they had to rename it so they wouldn't ruin their family brand. Fast forward to today. They want to deal with teaching sex ed to little kids. So, yeah. All right. So let's get to the soups. Thanks for hanging out, Mahler. Keeping me company. This is my first full day back, by the way.
Well, what a good day to be back.
It's a good day to be back. I'm glad to be back home. That was crazy going to Egypt. That was an experience.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you about it, but then I figured you've already talked extensively, probably on this stream and others.
You can ask away.
Did you manage to figure out how they made them yet?
The pyramids, I know that wasn't fucking slaves with bronze tools walking around barefoot in loincloths. There's no fucking way.
So how, on the scale of slaves to aliens, where are we?
We're Atlanteans. So at least designed by a mother culture, right? So they used designs from a mother culture to kind of emulate what they had done before that had been completely destroyed, that had been passed down. So they were still made. I don't think they were made by Atlanteans, but I think they were made by descendants of, and when I mean Atlantis, I mean a mother culture that was an advanced civilization for the time. I've been asked about that. Like, what do I mean by advanced? I mean, like they were Roman advanced, but like 12,000
Well,
years before the Romans.
I understand your difficulty because it's an iceberg, right? You're saying the top of the iceberg when you've got all of the underneath, and you're like, how much of that do I say before I say the top bit? I get what you're saying. But what I was going to say is, do you appreciate Paul W.S. Anderson in AVP arguing that the predators helped them build the pyramids?
Yes. And where the Atlanteans got their technology, it's from them. So it's a mother culture that was really fucking old already, and then was wiped out. And there were remnants who survived after the flood, after the Younger Dryas, and they had people out trying to teach the hunt. So what would happen today? I'll try to keep this brief. If an electromagnetic pulse wiped out the entire Earth's power grid to where it would be 100 years till you fixed it again, we'd go right back to the 1800s, like immediately. And it would be brutal, and people would starve to death and fucking die. And the people who would survive would be the hunter-gatherers who are still on this planet and who have learned how to live off the earth. And some of the smart survivors from that advanced civilization would get with them, and that's where we'd have to revert to. And they would then, in turn, the survivors of that civilization would teach them farming. That's basically what Göbekli Tepe is assumed to be. One of the most ancient sites. It's basically a gathering spot, a school to reteach civilization, the one that we had lost in a major disaster. I think that's what it was, and I think the pyramids were a remnant of that. They, in the movie 10,000 BC, they kind of allude to that in the beginning. There's an Atlantean in it, and he's like, got radiation poisoning and whatever. Yeah. So that's kind of what I believe. Because there's so much evidence of a shared civilization prior to when we were supposed to contact each other. So there's a lot of statues that have the same symbols. I'll give you one: Easter Island, right? Easter Island and Sulawesi, I think it's called. And then if you go to Göbekli Tepe, these are three different. One is in an island in the middle of Pacific, one of the most remote islands in the world. And then you have Turkey. And then you have Southeastern Asia that has basically the same statue in the same pose. It's got arms on the side with hands going towards basically your dick, because in the Bible it says, be fruitful, and multiply, because our civilization or humanity just got wiped out. So we need to start fucking to bring people. And so there were fertility, but they all look the same. And these are thousands of years ago. People could not traverse oceans, supposedly, but they have these statues that are essentially the same. How is that even possible? And that's just one example of 100 examples that show that there was some kind of contact between civilizations deep in antiquity that we cannot explain at all. And it's because it comes from an original source. The information comes from an original source. If that makes any sense. You have to go, it's a deep rabbit hole to go down.
I'm with you somewhat, though it prompts an idea in my head of, like, how most people, if given the chance, be like, oh, it'd be so cool to travel 100 years into the future just to see what's going on at the time, and then you come back. But I always wonder, especially with someone like you, would you prefer to visit briefly 100 years in the future, or to go back to the past you're talking about? I figure.
I'd want to see the construction of the pyramids. I'd want to see the original carving of the Sphinx. I'd want to see when they were originally carving Göbekli Tepe. That would answer.
No, I get it. I really do. Because on one hand, if you go into the future and it's disappointing, as in, like, it's not even that different from what we have now, but everything's just worse and more depressing. It's like, cool. Versus the past, we go, oh shit, that's how they did. Oh, okay. Like, oh, and that means that, and that means that, and that means, just stuff like that.
Yeah. I think we'll find out when you go to the past that primitive man wasn't primitive. They actually knew a lot, and their advancement was different. It wasn't coercion. So what we do now in Western civilization is coercion. It is, we have giant machinery forcing things. We have, giant machinery that can cut rock and lift it. But like the pyramids arguably could not be made today. That's the weird thing, is like, how
they
did
could
you
be
make
made in Minecraft?
They can be made in Minecraft, but nobody would have the willingness to make a pyramid. It would cost so much money and have so much labor, and it would kill so many people, even with machinery. Why would you do it? And then to the precise measurements, like it's not circumference, but the base of the pyramid, if you measure it, and I forgot the number, you multiply it by, it equals the circumference of the earth. How did they fucking know that? Was that just a big accident? No. They really didn't have math at that time, but they did. So like the meter, for example, is something that was rediscovered. It wasn't something that was that made up by what, I can't remember what civilization did it, but the meter was rediscovered because they're finding it in other places deep in antiquity. So there will be no answers for this because we weren't there. And a lot of the written records, the Library of Alexandria, which was burned many times, wiped out any knowledge we had of our previous history, which is one of the biggest tragedies in the history of Earth, was the burning of the Library at Alexandria. Very sad. The problem with getting a degree in Egyptology, and this is from ARG, another name for $9.99, is you can't do anything with it other than teach new Egyptologists. I guess that makes it a pyramid scheme. Saw what you did there. And that's true. Archaeology isn't a science. It's a science in the same aspect as like being an art history major is a science. You're doing so much guessing and subjective interpretation. And they try to make a science by, we have guys like Flint Dibble who like study seeds, but we're studying archaeology from the perspective of Western civilization that advanced completely different than other people. So lots of blind spots. Graham Hancock brings up, there's the ayahuasca, the drug that people trip on.
Yeah.
So the science behind that, and there's real science, is you have basically it's like leaves from a plant mixed with a root. So the leaves from the plant by itself, you won't trip on that if you make it into its a little soup, because your stomach enzymes fight it immediately. So it needs to be turned off. Those get turned off by an extract from a root. And some medicine man sent out his assistant or multiple assistants who died into the middle of the rainforest to find within 150,000 species of plants this root and these leaves. These leaves make the soup. The root basically turns off your stomach enzymes or acids so you can trip balls on that thing. That's why you also shit your pants when you do it. That's something I don't ever want to do. But with ayahuasca, there has been scientific studies where people have the same trips, like the exact same trips. They see the same machine elves and all that stuff. And well, how in the fuck how much time does it take to figure out that it's a lot of trial and error? Well, that would take centuries to figure out, but they did figure it out. So that's the kind of, things that remain unexplained. Also, in the middle of the Amazon jungle, there is traces of Polynesian DNA that are, so that means Polynesians somehow deep in the past, when there was no ships, sailed over to South America and inhabited the jungles of South America. But none of that DNA is in North America at all. Like zero. It's just in this specific spot. So there had to be,
really good but specific swimmers, I guess. Yeah.
Really good swimmers, or they had, boats. They either reed boats that they could have sailed thousands of miles. And how did they navigate? With fucking stars. And it worked. Yeah. The Vikings had that crystal where they can navigate in cloudy skies because they put it towards the source of light. And if you get like two suns in there, then you're facing the sun, right? And that's how they navigated, and that's how they were able to get to Newfoundland, places like that.
Those guys needed a mobile phone, I'm just saying.
They did. Yeah. By the way, thank you. Welcome back. Western civilization officially welcomes me back. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hail to the highly organized. There you go. Thank you. I'm trying to Bacchus Gamer. Thank you.
Something
and there's
like that, yeah.
Noons, who I met. She was there.
Neat.
She's great. Welcome home, Gary. What a trip. What a trip it was, milady. That was a hell of a time. I will never forget it. Going to Egypt, it's an eye-opener. It's an eye-opener. God bless America. That's all I got to say. Thoughts on Ryan owning FNT now? Great. I think it's wonderful. I had the greatest confidence in him to do a great job. Dr. Schlurpo says, welcome back. Thank you. Being a member for 14 months. Dr. Schlurpo. Finished book and acquiring an eye infection. Now that sucks. Really looking forward to breathing some fresh air tomorrow. Dude, eye infections suck.
Yeah.
I had one so bad. And it was a direct result to my drug abuse that I had to have major surgery on my eye.
Really?
So I have a scar. So my tear duct collapsed, and it collapsed because of years of snorting drugs. So I got like a little bit of pink eye, and it just destroyed my tear duct. So they had to build a new one.
And it's still there? Something?
I got a scar. I got a little scar on the inside of my eye that goes like all the way to my nose. But what they did, because of insurance, the original one was to crack my nose and drill a new tear duct, which they did, and they failed. And it's because my insurance didn't want to do the more expensive one, which was non-invasive, which was an angioplasty, which they just stuck a little, and I was awake for this. So after that didn't work, I had to go to do this angioplasty surgery where I'm fucking wide awake, and they stuck a needle this big into the corner of my eye. Watched it go in. They did the little balloon and opened it up, and it worked.
But hey, if it worked,
it worked.
Your insurance covered that. What job were you with that?
Oh, parts delivery.
Shit, wow.
This was back in the 90s. Back in the 90s. But yeah, that was fun. Don't do drugs, kids. It's really bad. Gary, an underrated Xmas comedy you should check out if you haven't seen already is The Ref with Dennis Leary and Kevin Spacey. Still a funny movie. I saw it when it came out. I was a big Dennis Leary fan. Love The Ref. Poor old Kevin Spacey. He's out there having a hard time. Sci-Fi Reviews says, welcome back, Gary. Sci-Fi Firen here. I'm a blacksmith. OCD spaz every time you tried to say it. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not like it rolls. So it's Sci-Firen. I get it. Now I get it.
Sci-Firen. Yeah.
Love Star Wars, like Trek, but SG-1 mixed Trek intellect with Star Wars action. New show's going to suck. I eventually have to watch Stargate someday. How does your 2025 trip to Great Britain compare to 2023? Well, it was very short. It was the inside of Heathrow Airport, so not as good. Not as good. I spent a lot of time in Heathrow, where they have Festivus decorations, Mahler, which infuriated me. It's like purple Christmas tree. Fucking Festivus. That's what they call it.
I don't even know what that is.
Festivus is a PC fucking British term for the holidays.
You know, in Smiling Friends, there's this joke where Satan, because they go to hell, Satan is on his computer playing video games, and this guy comes in delivering food. It's like a DoorDash dude, and he awkwardly like sits there trying to get everything done and everything. And then as he's leaving, he says, happy holidays. And then Satan goes, Merry Christmas.
That's great. Yeah. They on British Airways, I was looking at the movie section. They have the Festivus section, which is Christmas movies. Die Hard was in that section. I just want to point out. It's a Festivus movie. Fucking Festivus. Fuck off. I first heard that term when they moved the Doctor Who Christmas special to New Year's, and they're like, well, it's during Festivus season. I'm like, what the fuck is Festivus?
That's just confusing. Like I said, Festivus.
Good news. We have all's fair to keep us entertained this winter. We do.
Dude,
We
it's
do. I
so
have to
funny.
catch up.
At the end of EFAB, we usually say like what everyone's up to, and Platoon was like, "Well, there's nothing new coming out, so I guess I'll watch All's Fair."
Yep.
Oh no.
That's the crazy thing.
Don't make yourself suffer.
This is supposed to be our busiest time of year as, people who cover entertainment. The holidays was always, peak. And I would have never taken a vacation in November, like ever. And I'm like, oh, this is a perfect year to do it. Nothing's coming out.
Well, I guess it works out somewhat for me. I'm putting out 17 hours of stuff to watch for people at a time where apparently nothing much is coming out. Because by the time we hit next week, is there any movies that are releasing?
Zootopia. So no.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't really plan to watch that. Do you?
No.
I don't know if.
No, not at all. No.
I think I didn't watch the first when it came out. I saw it at my sister's wedding because it was put on in the background of some room. And I was sitting down drinking something while talking to somebody, and I saw half the movie, I think. Which, by the way, this is not me saying it's shit or anything. That's my engagement with it.
Yeah. I have no interest in watching cartoons.
There are some really good ones.
There are some really good ones, but like when they're more adult slanted, or if it's like if Incredibles 3 comes out, I'd definitely review it and watch it.
Incredibles 2 is so bad.
Incredibles 2 sucks. Incredibles is fucking peak.
Because I'm with you. Like it's the animated stuff that is really good for kids, but also really good for adults.
Yeah.
At the same time.
Thank you, Captain JPS47 for $2. Watched your Acolyte review, Comedy Gold. It was fun to make. I did individual episodes. You want to know how crazy it was for the algorithm for this, Mahler? Mm-hmm. I did individual episodes, right?
Yeah.
Let's go back a little more. So there was a YouTube glitch the Friday after Acolyte aired. And I know this for a fact because it affected every other channel. So my first Acolyte review, which I knew would take off, like perform 10 out of 10. I'm like, what the fuck? And Perry's like, no, something's going on. This is wrong. And the episode 2. So episode 1, it's still really good. Okay. Episode 1 got like 350,000 views. Episode 2 got 1.3 million. So clearly something was wrong. So that's where I stole the idea for the compilation from Y-Files. I'm gonna do a compilation. I'm gonna string together all my episodic reviews and put it in one. That got 1 million.
This reminds me of when the finale. It's so early on in all of this, but when the finale for Game of Thrones aired, I could have sworn, I think either you guys or someone went live and you had like insane live viewers. It was just ridiculous. And I remember I saw it really late because I couldn't find a way to see it. And it was like, I think, funnily enough, it was Das Bullshit of all people. If anyone knows in chat who that is, he helped me find it. It's someone who has no connection necessarily with this. I watched it and I was like, well, I'm going to be real late to streaming, but we hit insane numbers. That's the stream where I had like Jeremy on to talk about it. And I don't think Rags Fringy or Wolf or anyone necessarily EFAP related was there because this is really early days, but it was like 14,000 people watching us live because everyone worldwide was like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah. I was on with Doomcock and we did, we were doing the live reviews and they were doing, pretty good for my channel. I think at the time, was I at 100,000? I think so. 24,000 people. I've still not had a bigger audience than that. 24,000 people were watching us. That was absolutely insane.
If you ever needed, because I don't know if there's ever going to be a time that gets beaten than that for a worldwide feeling of what the hell they fucked that up for a piece of art,
No.
Because I was saying this to a friend of mine is obsessed with Stranger Things, and he was saying like it's going to be a cultural phenomenon season 5, and I was like, well, I guess so. Like I don't want to take it away from the show. Probably people can talk about it, but imagine how much of a cultural phenomenon it would have been if season 2 and 3 and 4 even were great.
Yeah, it would be much bigger. I think it'll be
out, at a reasonable time.
It really depends on the quality, and I have no idea what to expect. It's not looking good. That's my initial reaction. I hope I'm right.
This friend of mine who is so invested. They've bought shit tons of merch. They've got everything squared away in terms of getting time off work. They've got their friends and girlfriends are ready to have watch parties. I was like, listen, I think you should prepare yourself for this to be extremely disappointing. And he was like, what do you mean? I was like, it's so typical. Like the other seasons are all building towards something, even if they're bad. Do you know what I mean? It's like when people watch them, they go, okay, yeah, I didn't really like this, but I really like where it's going. It's like, this is the end. When you watch this, there's nothing else, and you're going to have to deal with that. And I was like, listen, just brace yourself because this could be awful.
Yep, and it will solidify the legacy.
Yeah,
for sure.
I hope it's good. It would be nice if it was. Stranger Things at top tier is really fucking cool. It's just that there's more bad than there is good, as far as I'm concerned, in Stranger Things.
But Wednesday, like Netflix is going to get huge numbers. Like everybody's.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah,
but we'll see. Do you have plans to visit Poland or the Baltic nations? Asked Varn. Yes, I definitely want to go to Poland. Poland looks beautiful, dude. But the only thing I've seen of Poland, like really, was the Grand Tour episode that went there, and it looked great. Looked great. Lead Wall says 1 month sober. Congratulations.
Hell yeah.
Starting daily meetings in an hour. Thanks for your inspiration. Man, thank your sponsor. Thanks to the fellowship in AA. So you're going to do your 90 and 90. Good luck. It actually, you will enjoy it. It really does offer a lot of relief, and it gives you a routine. It also, you start meeting new friends, and you see that in AA, they're very welcoming, very welcoming. A woman, she speaks, unalive her, SG1. Oh, now I definitely got to watch it. Now I definitely got to watch it. Thank you, JB24. Matthew Hammond for $2. Jen Salke Amazon exit is good news for Stargate. It's good news for Amazon for sure. She was awful, and I can't even tell you all the stuff I learned about her from talking to people who work there. But she had no experience in creativity at all. Her background was all marketing.
I am shocked.
Aren't you shocked? Doc Holliday has been a member for 4 months. Says Egypt is a little rough, huh? And to think they're the most civilized of African countries. Oh, yeah, that wasn't lost. I don't know if they're the most civilized, but they're up there. They're in the top 3.
Well, obviously, Wakanda is.
Wakanda, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Just imagine the rest of the continent. Yeah. And there's so much stuff I'd like to see, but wouldn't, because I like my life. Gary, I didn't think... I think you would like Dispatch. Check it out. So I mentioned this earlier. I bought it on Steam, and I'm going to try it. It looks kind of neat.
That could be a game that I think Mel's coming over at the end of this year. Maybe we'll stream that because it's a game with limited interaction, is what I understand. It's like a Telltale game. Yeah.
I might be able to get someplace with it by myself without somebody holding my hand. Bring back Robert E. Howard's masculine fantasy. I couldn't agree more. Rook taking rooks. If you adapt Conan properly, it's a license to print money. Is Ryan racist for starting FNT on time? I read that one early. Yes, he is. Reviewing War Between Land and Sea early December. Yes, because it's not coming out on Disney Plus until next year, but it will be available on iPlayer. And let me tell you the secret to getting on iPlayer, because you do have to have a license, a TV license, smaller. And you know what you do?
Yeah.
Get a VPN. You send it to the UK. You sign up for an account on iPlayer. And when it asks you if you have a TV license, you answer yes. And it says, okay.
Do you think people can just do that? Go on the internet and lie?
Yes. I know. It's crazy.
You know about the recent revelations with Twitter, right?
Oh, yes.
Everything is India.
Everything is from India. Right wing, left wing. They're all from India.
Oh, man.
Mine is stuck on Egypt, dude.
Don't you love the world we live in? It's
crazy. It's all bullshit. It's all fucking bullshit. You start looking at some of those accounts that go after us, a lot. I'm guessing they won't be from America. Because a lot
This
of
is
them.
why everyone should just play video games with friends indefinitely. Fuck it.
Yeah. So what did they call it? They described this as an eco adventure, an eco epic.
For what now?
War Between the Land and Sea is described as an eco epic.
An eco epic. Okay.
God, I was fuck. I ran across it yesterday while I was on the plane. So it's like an eco adventure. That's how they describe it. I fucking
Sounds
hate
great.
that on so many levels. And the Sea Devils are now aqua homos. Homo aquos or whatever. Aqua homos, whatever. Homo aqua.
So, by the way, the movie I was watching today was Seven Psychopaths. Have you seen that movie?
No.
2012. Oh, don't, unless I'm there. All right, I want to watch that with you.
Okay.
But
what is it?
There is a line, and I'm not kidding, where Christopher Walken says, fuck, I can't say it without getting the fucking channel potentially bad, but you know the F word. He says that, and then he says, I don't think they like to be called that anymore. You have to call them homos. It's amazing.
Oh God, it was called an eco something. Damn it, I can't find it now. But fucking A. Homo aquas. They're homos. Aqua homos. Spence 1770 for $5 says, I'm behind, but we had a guy run the gate in the army. The guys popped the barrier just late enough to hit a police car. Guy drove off on the range. Was that in Egypt?
Guys popped the barrier just late enough to hit the police car. Guy drove the range. I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I was talking about the Pillars of Islam, which are the barriers that block a car from going into the driveway of a hotel so it won't blow it up. Which is at every hotel has a gate with bomb sniffing dogs. Well, all the high end hotels with tourists, right? And like, they're pretty nice. But our guide specifically said, don't brush your teeth with the tap water. Like, don't. It's okay to wash in, but don't brush your teeth with the tap water. So what you do is you get a bottle of water and you pour it in your glass and just wash your toothbrush in there. If you're British, you don't have to worry about that. Just kidding.
Teeth are gone.
XPDSP for 20 says it took a lot of beatings, but Ryan did well. I'm sure Ryan's secret, domineering, strong, independent black woman fiance also helped keep his head swelling low enough to stay in frame. Uh-oh. Did I just spill the beans? Oopsie.
Ryan's fiance is Brie Larson. What do you mean?
Yeah. She's not black. Funnily enough, I actually am writing a fantasy novel after an attempt in NR5. I had decided to fully build out my world and story from start to finish. Well, that's
Hell
good.
yeah.
That's smart, unlike George. Writing a semi-realistic fantasy is really hard. It is.
Oh, did we talk about the whole like Game of Thrones sequel series?
Oh no, we haven't.
I wish I'd found that out live. I laughed for like a minute. The fact that he would be announcing a sequel series to a show that was an adaptation of a book that he hasn't finished. That's so funny.
Mm-hmm.
That's infinitely funny.
It's
a
fucking
joke.
hilarious. It is hilarious, but
It's
that's
so
where
funny.
we are with George now. But yeah, there'll be some sequel series. That's what he offered up that information.
Mm-hmm.
But there's constantly 5 or 6 in development. Gail Simone, who ruined Red Sonja. Yes, Ram Bam, she did.
I didn't watch that. I've only heard it's bad.
It's bad. And it could have been worse. That's the thing.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Chuck, 2076 for $4.99. Hi, glad you made it back. Will you get the Lego Enterprise? Yes, I will. I am waiting to see if they do the TOS version. It's the Superior Show, followed by TNG. I think it would be really hard to do a Constitution class Lego. I mean, it's possible, but you know, the Galaxy class is fatter, so it's easier to do a Lego for that. Welcome back to the U.S., Gary. Thank you, Gus. Glad to be back.
Hell yeah.
Philopsicle. Hail. I've been reading my old comics lately. Started Green Lantern Volume 3. Do you know Guy Gardner was a furry? Always hated Guy. Issue 10 cover says it all. I liked Guy. Arg, another name for 1999. Gary, while you were in Egypt, did they teach you the tradition about making a small fart before going through curtain doors so you don't run into anyone? It's called an Egyptian doorbell. Toot and come in. Toot and come in. I got the trots. That's for sure. Oof. Did you get the new Lord of the Rings 4K Steelbooks? Just got it. Yes, I did. And I don't need them because I have like multiple copies of the 4K versions, but I wanted Steelbooks. Thank you, Jose Taco. Gary, did you have a DEI contingency plan in the event your friends and FNTers go woke? Like Ryan going full Bill Burr mode as transitioning to Adele drag performer, Jeremy being fully straight, etc. Well, that's never going to happen, so I'm not worried about it. I mean, the Jeremy going straight part. The other two could totally happen. Shane Kirkpatrick. God, it takes me a minute. Maybe I'm still a little jet lagged. Still remember watching TFA and not knowing why it felt so wrong. Many Nerdrotic and Drinker videos later, and my turn to the dark side is complete. Thank you for making so many of us understand. Oh, you're welcome. You understood too.
I mean, I've said historically, it was a YouTuber, if people don't know him, called ER. He made a TFA video. That was the first one I watched where I went, oh shit, the movie's terrible. Like, not just worse than I thought, but terrible. And I seriously think that part of it is the first thing you got to break through on is the concept of they can get it wrong. Some people aren't even gotten that far, right? Like when you see people online, I don't know if you've seen this thing where someone goes, this character would never do this thing. And the counter is they literally did.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, wait, what? And you're like, oh, so some people are so into it that no matter what is portrayed, that is canon. Definitively. But of course, if you're I hate to say this, but a fan that is discerning, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You're like, wait a minute. Whoever did this has made a mistake. And again, I've described my awakening on this shit was Alien 3 when I was young. I was like, hang on. No, you can't just kill Newt. You can't kill Hicks. What's going on? And I told you my dad was like, yeah, I didn't really want you to see this, but you wanted to see it, so whatever. But that doesn't mean I was some like fucking amazing critic when I was younger. No, even with TFA, I was like, I hadn't quite hit that. I was like, no, they know what they're doing, I think. But when you re-look at it, and it's like, for every moment, think about it, right? The first statements of the movie basically being like, all of that shit that happened at the end of the last movie, fuck it. And you're like, well, no, wait, that's not cool. It's like, no, the Republic failed. The Empire have risen again. Fuck you. and Luke is gone, and there are no Jedi. You're just like, hang on. I don't like that. And then by the end of the movie, it's like, Han is dead. His son killed him.
Yes.
Like, hang on. Why? No, I don't like any of this. And you're like, yeah.
Well, I'll go back to Jar Jar, who, if anybody out there who went to there's a couple of people maybe who shopped at my store and heard me bitch about him back then, was because I was a fan of Alias. Big fan of that show. Loved how it began.
Yeah, same.
Hated how it ended. Hated.
Dude, that show just gets weirder the more it goes on.
Yeah, and then Lost. And I'm like, well, JJ is somebody who could start something and can't finish it. Like, because he doesn't ever have a plan. And he's always drawing back on other things. If you go back, Alias and Lost are drawing back on other things. They aren't original concepts. They are mystery box. And then I learned what mystery box was, and I'm like, oh shit.
That is an iconic TED talk. His mystery box one, because it tells you everything about why he should never tell stories.
Yep.
It's not just that he intends to do mystery box, it's that he explains to you that's the value he sees in Jaws. And you can't even, when you say to somebody like J.J. Abrams thinks the value of Jaws is its mystery box, you're like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's a man who doesn't have what it takes to completely create. So he he takes shortcuts. Mystery box is a shortcut, is a big shortcut because you don't have to have characterization because it's all part of the mystery. So you don't have fully developed characters. You have an idea and it's enough to keep you going on this mystery, but he could never fulfill the mystery with an answer.
It might just be the ultimate source of the problem that is writing for the writer on behalf, like doing all the work for them.
Yep.
It's like writing specifically for that, because TFA was written to be a Star Wars fan's dream. It's not a story. And it begins the process of Star Wars being about Star Wars instead of being about characters that are going through something.
Bakshi, give me Bakshi. It says Bakshish, but it's
Bakshish. Yeah.
Bakshi. I have many, many cells from the Lord of the Rings Bakshi films. Too many. I've spent too much money on those things. I have a wall of them. And they're all of Gandalf. So, dude's a legend. A living legend, by the way. Give him some love on Twitter. Pyromorpheus.
Yeah.
Pyromorpheus. There you go. Han Solo shows up to the Death Star with Vader's son, his former master, the Wookiee who saved Ahsoka, his astromech droid and droid he built as a slave to rescue Vader's daughter. Who the fuck is this guy, Darth Vader?
Well, yeah, the prequels. This is the thing. As much as I appreciate the prequels, I'm with Gary. This is actually an example of I should be with my generation, but I'm not. The prequels, I'm with the upper generation of. They are pretty bad. Like this, it's just they're not as bad as the sequels. That's all.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff left unexplained. Or like, wait a minute, he built C-3PO? What?
Also, and I think I spoke to Star Wars Theory about this because he's a huge fan of the prequels. I was like, I fundamentally don't believe the Anakin in the prequels is Darth Vader, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't speak the same. He's nowhere near as witty. He's nowhere near as intimidating. And you can be like, well, yeah, but he went through a process in the 19 years between 3 and 4. And it's like,
okay.
I don't think I buy it. Anakin is kind of a antisocial weird fuck versus Vader, who is dominating.
Yes.
And destroys anyone in any conversation. Extremely and you're like, yeah, but someone can become that. It's like, yeah, but I don't think I got the material to believe it. I'm sorry.
No, they never showed that. They never showed that.
By the way, this is genuinely, me and Fring have talked about this. An aspect of Vader that people don't appreciate is his wit.
Yeah, which
he's funny.
He didn't really show any in those prequels.
He's a funny asshole.
Yeah.
You know, like apologies accepted. Like it's like that's he's being a little troll. Like, but it's really fun. I love it. So you know, I don't. Anakin doesn't show any of that.
No.
Like him saying this is where the fun begins is like, okay.
Yeah. And he flips within 15 minutes and kills a bunch of kids. You know, it just didn't feel earned. Like none of it.
Like someone just said, episode 3 Anakin is intimidating, powerful, and witty. Like, is he though?
The book's so much better.
I've heard Ryan talk about it, and I believe that. Yeah, it sounds a lot better.
The book is a lot better because you're in his head. You know, you could see the, the struggle between the father figure and this group he wanted to be part of that didn't want him and used him. You know, it just lays it out better. Glad you're back, Gary. A little behind. I just did a paper on Heinlein's writing process, and one thing he stressed: if you write sci-fi, learn the effing science. Yep.
Well, that's fucked these days, isn't it?
Yep. Well, that's why something like Project Hail Mary and The Martian are so good, because they really do. He really does get into the science of stuff, and it feels very believable. And the early Expanse books does the same. We left Macedonia and just gave all the money to the only good restaurant around us. Girl at the desk just started crying. I think it was 19-1, says Spence. Yikes. Yeah, I had at the exchange, they gave me some British pounds for some reason. I'm like, what am I going to use these for? So I just gave him to my cab driver, and he gave me a big hug.
Well,
like,
good,
here.
awesome.
Yeah. I'm like, you take pounds, British pounds here? He's all, yeah. And I'm like, here, I don't need these. It was like 100 pounds. Probably went a
I
long way.
realize how much pooping on the prequels pisses people off, and it's just like, man, it's crazy how times change, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because that was kind of like, it went from being a hot take to a normal take back to a hot take.
Mm-hmm. It's not a hot take. If you like them, that's great. They don't really meld with the original trilogy at all.
I just I don't know how to translate it. Empire Strikes Back, I think, is a masterpiece. And so it's like, well, what do you think of the prequels? It's like, I mean, some of it's cool. It's fine. And so you have to understand that scale drop. You know what I mean?
It is. And some of those questions should have never been answered. You know, it's like giving us the doctor's name and past. I don't need to know that stuff. I like the mystery.
So I borderline think Phantom Menace never should have happened. I don't need to see Darth Vader as a kid.
No.
I'm all right. It's okay.
No, the prequel should have been Revenge of the Sith split into 3 movies. That's it.
Yeah, I'm super interested in the Clone Wars. I'm cool with doing that. Phantom Menace doesn't have any Clone Wars in it. It's like it's set up to it. It's like maybe we should move it around.
Maybe they're writing crappy stories to stick the AI into being trained to write crap. Well, I mean, then it works. The problem is I don't think the AI will be that bad. Trusted institution in quotes is a contradiction in terms. That's why they say it. Rook taking rooks. That's why they say it. More new things out since Dance with Dragons and before Wins a Winner. They just released 2 new works of Johann Sebastian Bach. Hey, we got a chapter of
I think he's taken so long. Tolkien's gonna come out with the new books.
Yeah. Well, I mean, technically, Tolkien has gathered by his son Christopher has had more new works put out since the Winds of Winter, and we got a new chapter of the Epic of Gilgamesh because they found a clay tablet in that same amount of time. I put it in my video, which is hilarious. As you're an African expert, did you see the casting of Hannibal Barca show on Netflix? Denzel Washington, yet another black Cleopatra. I did see that, and I like Denzel, but well, look at Nolan's The Odyssey. Very questionable casting on.
Oh, very fucking. It's a questionable movie, man. I think this one might damage him quite a bit.
It will, because
one thing I think he's rushed it. Honestly.
Yes, and I think the armor looking like shit, like all the history dudes out there, Metatron, are like all over it. Like, no. Like, and Luke Caverns, they're like, oh fuck no.
It's the kind of thing where choosing to do it is like, ooh, you know what, cool. It's a really cool thing to do, and you're the kind of man that maybe can take it on. And then like, I'll be done soon. You're like, whoa, what do you mean? Like, shouldn't you take a really long? This is like really special. Shouldn't you take a really long? And then you start seeing the. Like, oh no, oh no. And it's you know, I'm not going to claim I'm some major fan of the Odyssey or anything, but at the same time it's like, isn't that the kind of thing you should be really careful with?
Yeah, when it's this big of a production, and Nolan's going full DEI, he is, but it's also, you know, the costuming, it's all those little details that he's supposed to, and then grounding the gods, right? Like he says, and we'll see how it turns out, but he specifically, Nolan is I don't think he's necessarily the right, maybe he's doing it because he's not the right person to do this. Nolan is very science based. He's not very, he's not really that into fantasy.
Say that his science in Interstellar is questionable. Very
questionable. It's a bit fantasy, but you know what I mean? He's like Nolan. What's a good, like Nolan wouldn't do a good Lord of the Rings.
I agree.
He would not. You know, Batman's good for Nolan, but you could see Nolan's
well, Dark Knight Rises is pretty fucking terrible, dude.
Yeah, it is.
He's a fascinating director. He's made my favorite film of all time, and also one of the movies I hate the most. How the hell did one guy do that? It's like, I don't know. He's wacky.
He is. I think he's got a wheelhouse, and he's good in
Yeah.
that wheelhouse. But when he travels out of it, he doesn't have a lot of levity in his films. They're very serious productions. You know.
Well, you saw the quote, right, where he said he doesn't consider himself an artist or something. He considers himself a workman of like a fuck. I'm paraphrasing, but it was something along the lines of like, I'm not crazy on like all of the meaningful la-di-da stuff. I'm also doing this block by block, like creating
he's
a
pragmatic.
structure. Yeah, which I almost want to go to bat for him against him, if you know what I mean. I'm like, no, you've made really meaningful stuff. Like the Dark Knight is, you can't deny it. The Dark Knight is, everyone references it for everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, but at the same time, some of his stuff is kind of, you could say, clinical in a bad way, maybe. I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, he can get surreal. He can. Especially with the Prestige. But it's still, I think clinical is a good term for it. I think that's a good description. There's a certain kind of like Oppenheimer, he's perfect for that. Fucking perfect for Oppenheimer. That's his kind of movie, I think.
Sure, yeah, I agree. He's the Dark Knight versus Dark Knight Rises. Like, what happened? And it's kind of fascinating. It's like, I'm not sure.
Well, Heath Ledger dying.
Would Heath Ledger being in Dark Knight Rises make it so much better?
I think there would just be it would be a different movie. I think
I agree. He was going to be in it, right? He was going to be released along the prisoners and stuff. I don't know.
I know the creators of Bane didn't really like it. So
I feel like the creators of Bane have been crying forever.
Yeah.
Did they? What's like the most accurate version is in like the Arkham games? Is that right? Or no? That's not even right? I forget which one is
series.
Right. Yeah. It's just we've been waiting for an accurate, because the Bane in Dark Knight Rises is not comic Bane, but still an impactful, like unique Bane, I guess. Man, when they made Talia his boss, and then she had that awkward death, just what are you doing?
I know.
What are you doing?
But hey, Jeremy saw it 11 times to break his own record. I love that is maybe my favorite Jeremy quote ever. I wanted to break my own record. You mean the record you have total control over? Like,
what do you know what movie you saw the most?
Like breaking is like something you don't have control over. You know, I don't know. What was that?
But this is for Chad as well. What's the movie you've seen the most?
Oh, Lord of the Rings trilogy.
Is it for sure? Because I'm not even sure what mine is. I know I have guesses. Lord of the Rings would be up there, but it might be because when I was a kid, I would watch some stuff so many times I don't even remember. You know, I didn't have a limit. It didn't matter. I would just watch it again and again. So it's probably Nightmare Before Christmas or T2. It's going to be one of those two probably. Watch them on repeat a million times. Did I tell you that my dad didn't want me to see in Terminator when he cuts his own eye out? He would like you turn me away. He's like, don't see that. But then he also simultaneously was like, I don't mind you watching these movies on your own if you really want to. And then I just saw that part on my own, and I was like, whoa.
Like, Dad wouldn't let me see that.
The robot cut his own eye out. That's so fucking cool.
Yeah. Other than Lord of the Rings, Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah.
I spent like an entire summer watching that, like every other day. You know, go there on $2 or $1 Tuesday. Have my mom take me to the theater.
Do you remember the T2 scene that's deleted where he gets the CPU taken out and they had Linda Hamilton's sister reflected in the mirror so that they could do the effects? That's so fucking cool. Dude.
Yep.
I like movies.
Now he's making Avatar.
Jesus Christ.
Landman needs to tone down wife and daughter subplots. I like the season 1 ones, and Ali Larder's fucking hot.
Yeah, you said she's gotten hotter in here.
She's gotten hotter, dude.
She's pretty hot in Resident Evil 4. I'm just saying.
Yeah, she's smoking in this show. She's a smoke show. JRL says, part 1. Hi, Gary. I do think Doomsday could lose money because they are expected $2 billion minimum and will probably spend $500 million. It's gonna.
It's probably the most. Am I crazy, or is it the most expensive movie of all time? Probably. It's got to be in the running, right?
Has to be. Absolutely has to be. So to break even on 500 million, you got to do 1.5 billion, roughly.
Interesting. The result I got from Google is that Force Awakens is apparently the most expensive movie of all time currently. 447 million.
Yeah. Rise of Skywalker was more than that. Rise of Skywalker was like 600 million.
Yeah, I love that it says, by the way, the most expensive movie ever made is debated due to factors like inflation and hidden accounting.
Hidden accounting, yes.
Fucking hidden accounting.
So we don't know the full budget of Infinity War and Endgame. So I think if we knew the full budget of Endgame, that would be the most expensive movie ever made. Because I've heard rumors of it approaching like 800 million to make.
What does it tell you about the state of our culture right now? That so the rankings, like you said, it goes Rise of Skywalker, then Jurassic World Dominion, then Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, then Star Wars Force Awakens, then Fast and the Furious 10, then Pirates of the Caribbean 5, then Avengers Age of Ultron is number 7.
Oh, no. Endgame is way more than Ultron.
Endgame is right after it, according to this. But this, I agree with you. But obviously, the point I'm making is just like this is just filled with not just sequels, but like intense. Like we're talking in the double-digit sequels. You know what I mean? It's like we've entered the like please go to the retirement home age.
Just look at all the footage they left out of Endgame. They shot like an entire movie that they cut out because they were making that shit up as they went.
We were talking about how like if there was smarter people there, they could turn it into a TV show.
Yeah.
Alt universe sort of thing, but you know, whatever.
Part 2, I personally think the max it does is best case scenario 1.5, but I think closer to 1.1 with about 40% domestic, 60% international split. Also, Sargon for Odyssey FNT. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. For sure. We can bring on Sargon and Metatron for the Odyssey. I think that'd be fun.
Oh, beautiful, yeah.
Yeah, if it makes, imagine saying a movie is a flop that made $1.1 billion.
But that, what you just said, people say that. They're like, how could it be a flop if it made that much money? It's like, because they spent a ridiculous amount of
bunch of money. Yes. Oh my God. A $1.1 billion flop. It's possible.
It's possible, yeah.
And then Hollywood's still sitting there going, what's going on? What are we doing wrong? It's the audience. Gary, I just finished Duncan Egg graphic novels. Is it bad that I'm pretty excited for Night of the Seven Kingdoms? No, those are actually really some of George's best work because they're pretty traditional. It's an underdog story, and it's a tight story that takes place basically in one location with really good characters. Like the characters of Duncan Egg, you love those characters. They're really likable characters. But a Kardashian in Mindhunter, put a Kardashian in Mindhunter and we get a season 3. Maybe, Doug.
It's a joke, but like that might be true. As in, imagine telling David Fincher that if you put a Kardashian in Mindhunter, we'll get you a season 3. He'd be like, you serious?
His head might explode. Poor guy. Yeah. Mindhunter is a tough one because it's very much Zodiac, the TV show. So
I've said I love it, but watching it, I'm like, unfortunately, I understand why it didn't get the season 3.
Yep.
Like, it's not. I guess the budget needs to be lower if it wants to survive.
It does, and it looked really good.
Yeah,
but in the problem is they were setting up the what was he called? The BTK
BTK
killer. Yeah, the BTK killer. They're setting him up the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't do anything with it in season 3, and instead they go to that Atlanta murders, which
like I've told you, I know it feels cynical, and I'd feel bad saying this to David Fincher, not that this would ever happen, but that I'd be like, I'm afraid you need to make the show have a bit more of the serial killers in it.
Yep.
If you want it to survive, because the thing is, in a sense, this show should be super successful on Netflix, but I know why it's not, because the mainstay serial killer stuff on Netflix, they're much more indulgent. They'll show you kills a lot. They'll show you the killers racking their brain over horrifying events a lot more, and that's what people want to see. So you gotta have a bit more of that. I wouldn't want to push him outside of making amazing work. I would just be like, if you want it to survive, you're gonna have to compromise a little bit.
Yeah, and that the focus on the Atlanta killers was to show, I mean, racism, and the one black lady who was in charge of that organization was completely unlikable. But everything else was good. The problem is, in that real case, they probably got the wrong guy. Like, he did commit 2 other murders that he admitted to, but he probably didn't do the kids. And there's this thing out there saying that the kid murders stopped, which they didn't.
Did you ever see the Confessions killer? It's on Netflix. It's this guy who basically confessed to like 200 kills, and it's like he probably didn't do it, basically all of them.
Yeah,
he had like a thing going on with he was like a sheriff or something where he was like getting all these cold cases solved, and he was enjoying it. And the guy was just like, "Yeah, I'll admit to him, I guess, if it makes my jail time, smoother." Because he killed someone for sure, or some people, but he admitted to loads of cold cases and stuff. And it's just like a fascinating thing that happened.
And it got him a more comfy time in prison. Absolutely, what happened? Yes. So yeah, but it was still like the characters are so fucking good in that, and it's so engaging, and it's so well done.
It's a shame.
It's a shame. Read the books Chaos and Hollywood Babylon to see how really fucked up Hollywood is. Hollywood Babylon's a famous one. MD Turner, thank you for the 10 Australian dollars. Stranger Things season 5, because the court order prohibiting us from being within 200 yards of our child actors no longer applies. Well, they're not children anymore. They're all adults. Yeah. Do you have any thoughts on William Gibson's script for Alien 3?
Is that the Wooden Planet one where it's the monks and everything? So I've seen all the behind the scenes stuff. Is it the original inception of the story before it became something else? Because it sounded really interesting. I'm not going to deny that. But it might be something else. I'm not sure.
Did they do a book on it? They did. Unproduced screenplay, Alien 3. Oh, and you can have the whole PDF right here. But that's not the one they did an audio adventure of, right?
I can't remember. Alien 3 is such a mess. Like the production, I mean.
Alien 3 audio drama was based on.
And a mess, even though the movie that they made ultimately is still
it's William Gibson.
Bullshit that comes out these days.
Yeah, that the audio drama is based on him. I know I've listened to the audio drama. For what it was, I liked it better than Alien 3. So.
I mean, I've gone to bat somewhat for Fincher's like assembly cut of Alien 3.
Yeah, he was young back then.
I mean, what are you going to do, right? He did what he could. It's not like it was the movie he wanted to make.
No.
This is before he had all the clout of being David Fincher.
Yeah, didn't he do commercials and music videos? I think it was
something like that. That was his first sort of big project, and it was a nightmare. It's the same shit when people bring up Age of Ultron. It's like, Whedon hated doing that, right? And it severed his relationship with Marvel.
Because that's when Marvel started developing their house style, and it became a problem for that's why they had to start casting directors and basically producing the movies. Because they went into their house style, which they never should have done. I like that we can see the Nazgul. One has a helmet from Rune, so probably Kamul. Well, yeah, one was definitely from Rune, for sure, and some were some were Numenorians too. Mahler tax. Hail Nooner folk. Hail. This will be an afternooner pretty soon. Pretty soon. What does Mahler think of the new Stargate series?
I'm afraid I am completely out of the loop on Stargate. Completely.
Same here.
Old and new.
I have to fix that though. I'll have to fix it. I remember Richard Armitage as a pretty boy SAS officer in Ultimate Force. Don't try convince me he's Thorin. I didn't see him in that, and I thought he was fine as Thorin.
So, do you
Rambam.
know what Vicar of Dibley is?
No, Vicar Dibley.
That is so when I was a kid, of course, I was watching a lot of British comedy shows. Faulty Towers and Blackadder were my like DNA. Vicar of Dibley, and I don't know if anyone in chat had watched it, but there's amazing episodes of Vicar of Dibley. It's a Dawn French show where she's the new vicar in a town, and surprisingly, she's a woman. And the joke, a lot of it is based on the fact that she's so fat and unexpected. But it's really well written. There's loads of good shit in it. And Richard Armitage actually turns up in that show, and he's a love interest. And there's a particular joke that's fucking iconic. There's like it's raining and there's some puddles, and he splashes one of them. And it's like it's done in like slow motion. It's a romantic thing. And there's this puddle upcoming that she sees, and it's borderline person sized, for lack of a better way of describing it. And she goes to jump into it playfully, and it turns out it's a fucking huge hole in the ground, and she just splashes all the way down. It's funny as fuck. But when I saw him as Thorin, I was like, holy shit, it's the love interest from a random episode of Vicar of Dibley is like the main dwarf. So, but I thought he did well as Thorin. I'll give him that for sure.
I did too. I thought all the dwarves were good. I loved the dwarf focus. You know, we got to see their culture, and that
could have been fucking great, dude.
It could have been great. Can you give some real context as to why you didn't like the third Hobbit? I'd love to see more of the battle. I can remember watching the old cartoon as a kid. The battles were fine. It felt like, I'm just going to keep this brief. It felt like an epilogue.
I hate to give this answer. I haven't seen it new enough to tell you. I just come away with the same feeling every time. If I'd seen it yesterday, I'd be able to tell you, but I've forgotten a lot of it. I flush Hobbit a lot of the time.
Bloated would be a word I'd use. Same thing with Goblin Town. There's just too much stuff, and Legolas like doing what as the bridge is falling apart, he's like stepping on the rocks that are falling. It's like it was too much. It was like just too much of that stuff. And then, really laying into that fucking love triangle.
Oh yeah.
But there's other stuff that I liked in it. There was, but it's the worst of the three movies by far.
Well, I remember thinking after how good the Gollum scene was, I was like, I hope he turns up in the next two, even though I know he won't.
He won't.
It's like, just get Gollum in there somehow. Do it.
He won't. But like the very ending is good. Like when Thorin dies. Sorry, spoilers.
Sure. Yeah.
Wow, stuff is randomly falling off my wall right now. Probably because I'm moving around too much. Wait. Okay, got that one. Good to see our resident Egyptian and African studies professor is back from traveling to his homeland. Did you ascertain whether that lady's grandmother was indeed correct about Cleopatra being black? She wasn't black. There were definitely black Egyptians for sure. But if you look at the statues of some of the older ones, there's kind of an Asian look to some of them. Just saying. But
pretty sure Cleopatra was a daughter of Cthulhu, just saying.
Yeah. Pretty sure she was Macedonian. How's that trilogy going, Ryan? Not real well.
Well, he's made his own one, his own IP,
yes,
and it's well received. Good for him. I think they're absolute shit. And one day, if I meet you in person, we plan to watch a movie, I might force you to watch Glass Onion because you'll hate it so much, and it'll entertain me infinitely.
Maybe someday.
That's how much I like you. I want to torture you.
Thanks. Thank you. Well, that actually is endearing.
Yeah.
The MCU is paper weighted. Was paper weighted all along. Yes, it was. Krog. Thank you for the 20 Swedish krona. And RIP to the GOAT, Udo Kier, Ace Ventura, Blade. Yeah, he passed away. He did. Rest in peace. Lived a good long life, though. Mahler, for a minute, I thought you meant Lucas Arts Outlaws was shite. What about was about to write you off forever?
Well, so what was interesting is you have Lucasfilm Games became LucasArts really early on, and then they went back to Lucasfilm Games from what I understand of the full history. But the modern Lucasfilm Games Outlaws, the 2024 game, is abominable. And I'm going to explain to you, if you decided to click that video, in 17 and a half hours why on Saturday, if you're interested.
There you go. We got another Rob Liefeld tweet. Hang on. I'm going to call him out a little bit on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Not saying I don't entirely disagree with him, but looks so fake. The Marvel FX fell off a cliff.
What? So are you saying like you don't agree that it looks fake, or?
I'm going to say that for a guy who's been like championing Superman, I'm going to go. I don't see a difference between these effects and Superman's effects, like at all.
Yeah, for me, it's down the list of problems. I agree, it's a problem, but like, if the script were fucking amazing, I assume, I don't know if you agree with it, considering you're a big fan of Doctor Who. Who gives a fuck how good the special effects are if the story's amazing?
Yep.
But we're not. The story's not amazing, so that's where we're at.
But I'm not going to call this particular scene out. Not saying it's 10 out of 10 or anything.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
well, I mean, they showed us how much physical recording they did of Ralph Ineson in the outfit, and it's like, yeah, but there's obviously loads of CGI goo on him.
Yeah, tons.
Yeah,
but I'm just going to say, comparatively to the movie you have been championing, Rob, I don't see a difference.
I feel like that's died down now. Superman hype, you know, and again, it kind of feels TFA-ish. I will say, because part of what suckered me was just I want more stuff. You know, back then I was like, I'm so willing for Star Wars to be reignited. You know, Superman being reignited. What a great concept. And it's like, yeah, but it wasn't. We're in another shitty era for Superman, unfortunately.
Time will tell.
Yeah,
I'm sure that Jimmy Olsen series they announced is going to turn things around.
Dude. You know, you were there, right? When people said, you know, the reason Superman doesn't work is because it's not James Gunn's wheelhouse, whereas something like Guardians or Peacemaker is. And it's like, but Peacemaker wasn't good.
No, it wasn't.
Even if it is his wheelhouse, so.
And the Jimmy Olsen series is going to be like true crime in the DC universe because they're jumping on a trend. That's so innovative. Eric John Pizza Art says he's back. Hey, I saw your alien pizza art. That was awesome, dude. That was freaking awesome. I'm hungry. Yeah, I haven't had breakfast today. That's what I'm feeling. Hunger. Well, now it's going to be dinner. Crystal Skull was made with good intentions, unlike the other, which was just spiteful. I would agree with that sentiment. I would.
No, yeah, I agree too. From the opening 10 minutes, from the opening 10 minutes of the present time in Dial of Destiny, you realize how much the person who made this hates Indiana Jones.
Yeah. Yep. We go. Hanzo Sword, who's been a member for 21 months, says I'll be doing hands-on sword. That's what I meant to say.
Hanzo. It's because it's
Hanzo.
Kill Bill.
Kill Bill. Hanzo.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch that. Is that out still? The 4-hour.
Well, so I don't know if this is rude or a hot take, but people are like, are you gonna check out the whole bloody affair for the Kill Bill 1 and 2? It's like, I don't know if I'm doing that, but I'll watch Kill Bill 1 and 2 at my house.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, that's really cool that they're doing that, but I don't know if I'm okay. I'll watch it at home.
4 hours in the theater, huh?
Yeah.
Or something I've seen that I could watch at home and just be really quick with the exchange.
I'll have family over and we'll watch the two Kill Bills and we'll talk about them. Like, I way prefer. I don't know. I just, with the Red Letter Media have had this going on and people hate them for it. It was like, yeah, sometimes I just don't value the theater experience versus the home experience. I'm sorry. That's just true. I just do.
I mean, is it edited differently? It must be. I mean,
I assume the main editing difference would just be the connecting piece. I don't know. Yeah.
I'll be doing a Wonder Man for sure. Somebody will definitely clip that, Gary. Oh God. Yeah, I did say that. You've been in the game long enough to know that. Yeah, you're right. You got me.
You know, I mentioned it to the EFAP guys and they were like, are we doing that? And I was like, I don't know. I don't know if anyone cares about Wonder Man.
Well, shit. Next month we have Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Or
Avatar?
the month after next. Sorry, January. We have
Oh,
Night of the
okay.
Seven Kingdoms, Wonder Man, and Star Trek Academy, which I ain't gonna
Well, spoiled for choice, eh?
Yeah. Woo. New Predator Princess action doll actually cries, whines, and shares its feelings. Comes complete with tissue bag, shoes, and dress. Abusive father sold separately. Tony, thank you for the 20 Canadian pesos. Chuck Tamburo piloted the chopper in T2 Under the Bridge. Vietnam vet pilot turned stunt pilot. He also jumped out of the T-1000. Said get out. Cameron filmed,
really?
it in the chase car right behind him. So he was in the chase car.
Oh, okay. Genuinely, like, if that's the truth, that should be the fun fact that's shared, because I've always known it to be that James Cameron did the piloting himself. But if what you're saying there is true, that the credit should go to Chuck Tamburo for sure. I'll have to check it. I just didn't. I should know my T2 fun facts better, but it's one of those movies where I adore it, but I haven't like read into all of the behind the scenes necessarily. I've watched the behind the scenes, but
yeah, I don't remember that one, but I've slept since then. So thank you, dearest. Thank you for the $10 and the knowledge. We appreciate it. Hollywood should stop making sequels/prequels and just refresh all their franchises Elseworld style, like Gundam. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Well, they need to do something fresh. I would say they really need to start doing original shit. You know, adapting books like they used to do, like good ones though. Rewatching Lex at the moment. For an offbeat, goofy sci-fi is some solid episodes. Keep thinking about the he made it in a cave meme in comparison to TV today. Yep. Pick those 80s films for 40. Pick the 80s films for 40. Yes, storage, then release.
listen, Sonny Harder, you could have worded that clearer. You know, because I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Yeah, I know. Storage, then release. Yeah, I don't know. Sunny Harder. Maybe
I'm not sure what they mean. Yeah.
Hard liquor. I don't know. Sorry though. Thank you for the $2. Funny Mahler asking how we used to watch what we liked. We didn't. We got it maybe once a year. LOL. Only 4 channels. Made PBS what it was. Brit humor and more. Love you both. Missed you, Gary. All hail. Cheers.
Well, so this is the thing. I admit I have gaps. I just do. And there's some things I'm really interested to find out about, because I'll have people I'm talking to these days, and Drinkers talked about this. We had a guy on. I don't mean to, I'm not trying to humiliate him or anything, but he said like he hadn't seen T2, and we were both like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Go watch the movie, dude, like right now. But in the same vein, I see myself as like an older person when I'm like, yeah, I used to watch videos on repeat, but I'm talking to people who didn't even have that privilege, so to speak, when they were my age when doing that. And so I'm curious, as like, so what did you guys do? Is like just on TV? It's like, oh, well, that sounds a little bit more annoying, but at the same time, in a way, it makes it special, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. I mean, like, we got what was offered, but like that's why we watch Star Trek all the time. You know, that was our comfort thing. Star Trek and Twilight Zone were on all the fucking time. Festivus is a bit from Seinfeld. They were memeing. Well, we live in parody world. Ben, we live in parody world. Thank you for the $2. Justin Martins, Vern for 20 says, what do you think is the best year to be born to have the best experience in pop culture? In my opinion, I'm about the best age would be 1979, growing up with He-Man, Transformers, 80s movies, also experiencing pre and post internet. Yeah, I think being pre-internet.
I mean, I'm not gonna. It's weird. I remember playing with shit that was physical, skating around, messing with like, you know, going out. I say this as though it's stupid, but going outside and messing around. Like, I feel like I was one of the last generations that did that, because now, even my sister who has had a kid, it's like, how early did they get a mobile phone? It was like, I don't know, really fucking early. And as much as you can try and say, it's like, you shouldn't give it to them. Don't give them a tablet. Don't give them a phone. Make them play outside. It's like, you can say that, but when they go to school and all of their friends have them, you're in danger of making them the social pariah, the loser, the person who doesn't get the thing that makes them cool. And that can do more damage. So it's like this balance. I guess what I'm saying here is like, yeah, culturally speaking, if you could choose any decade, probably is going to be earlier, because you get to experience not only all that stuff coming out, and more so the monoculture in structurally consistent elements. Because people say like, oh, there's still bad stuff that came out in the 70s and the 80s and 90s. Like, yeah, of course. But right now it seems a bit dystopian.
Yeah,
to be young and growing up with all this shit. It's like, oh, what's the peak of culture right now? It's like fucking Fortnite, where they melt every single thing to the point where you see Homer Simpson dancing with Vecna in the style of Wednesday's dance. And you're like, what the hell does any of that mean? It's like, they don't know.
No.
They have no idea.
Nope. It's a good example. Hey, Gary and Mahler, both you and Drinker inspired me to create a YouTube channel, and I'm currently struggling on gaining traction. Any advice? Thanks. Dark Lava, keep making stuff. Just keep making stuff and getting better. It does not happen overnight.
And I'm not condescending when I say just stick to what you care about. Just keep doing that.
Yep. Don't make something based on what you think other people will care about if you don't care about it, because people will sense that. For sure. Keep it in your wheelhouse, but keep going. Okay. It's a hobby. It's fun. Traction comes in time. I started my channel in 2014, and it didn't really start taking off until late 2018.
I tried to make YouTube work for a long time before it did.
Yep. What exactly do you think of One More Day? It's a fucking abomination. It's one of the worst comic series ever written. The whole motivation behind it was to destroy the relationship between Peter and Mary Jane, because the powers that be, and many people didn't like their relationship. They thought it constrained Spider-Man. They wanted him to always have the girlfriend. They always wanted to have him trapped in that, when you could have just had him stay married and evolve him from that and do other things. But it was out of laziness, lack of experience within good relationships, some of the woke shit coming in, the anti-family woke shit, the anti-heteronormativity shit was creeping in then. Lots of reasons. I fucking hate that. And overnight, it pissed off and it lost half the Amazing Spider-Man fans. They were gone, and to never come back. You just don't make a change like that. And then to make it so fucking stupid on top of that, like a deal with the devil, which sucks because the story that leads into it is fucking great. Is great. But thanks, Casada and Straczynski.
Man, to come from someone that you like,
Yeah.
Many such cases.
They thought Casada was very successful as an editor in chief, and I think he just started thinking like he could do no wrong, and decided to mess with something foundational that I don't care if Marvel didn't like it internally. You know who liked it? Spider-Man fans, and that's all you should have cared about, and you should have made it work, and you could have made it work. And there's creators out there going, we could have made this work easily. Welcome back, Mahler. If you want an aliens-like board game to play with metal, check out Nemesis by Awaken Realms.
Fair enough, yeah. I think board games are underrated. Some of them are really well made to the point of surprising the shit out of you as to how, the people who made them really cared, sort of thing.
Glad to see you're back, Gary. Can't wait for Forbidden Frontier. Quick question for Mahler. Have you played Half-Life? What do you think about the current Half-Life 3 rumors? Cheers. Thank you.
So what's wacky? This is going to mean like crazy nonsense to Gary, but the gamers in the chat will understand. I was late to gaming. I watched all of the films ever, thanks to my dad, and my friends were like, have you played this? You played that? And I'd be like, I don't know what those things are or what the consoles are. But eventually I got into it. My, at the time, sister's fiance gave me his old computer, and on it was installed Half-Life 1. And I was like, I guess I'll play this. I love Half-Life 1. I think it's fucking great. I enjoyed the shit out of it, played it multiple times. Half-Life 2, I really liked, but it didn't actually connect with me as much. And a lot of people say Half-Life 2 is better, but I still respect the shit out of it for what it did for physics in video games, like how it popularized it and stuff. Half-Life 3, I just assume I'm kind of the generation that decided it was never going to happen. But if it does, they've got a heavy fucking they've got to be really careful with what they do with that, because it's got an amazing the equivalent. This is Gary. The equivalent would be if Winds of Winter, if he makes both of those books, if they both came out, you understand it's like they can't be okay.
No,
they have to be amazing, basically. Yes. And it's the same for Half-Life 3. They have to be. They kind of have to do something that changes gaming a little bit. Because Half-Life 1 and 2 did that. Half-Life 2's physics engine was insane. So is Source engine and stuff. But to cut a long story short, I will never believe that Half-Life 3 is happening until I'm literally playing it.
Mm-hmm. Phil Mitchell's Fist, two of them here. We read the comic adaptation of things we liked. Helped grow the industry. No messages, just delivery in a different media. And PBS was how we discovered Doctor Who, RIP, Red Dwarf as well. There we go. Now I gotta go back down because I missed those two.
Mm-hmm.
Where was I? Welcome back. I did that one. Here we go. Was going to do Stargate 1 joke on your talks about Atlantean influence.
Yeah.
But then remembered you never watched it. And just got to say, welcome back. Glad you had a good trip. Yeah, everybody was like, why aren't you doing Stargate quotes while you're in Egypt? I'm all, because I don't know any. Happy to have the No Nooner back. Glad everyone has returned safe. Thanks, Mahler, for joining. Gary, I never heard your take on our Padres being up for sale and a new manager. I mean, the sale part, I'm not surprised because there was such a rift between the family, and the new manager was a little surprising, but that's San Diego Padres baseball. We get close to winning and doing something consistent, and then something crazy happens. But the Padres are a valuable team now. They're a really valuable team. They're the only team in San Diego, and they set records that are up there with New York and LA as far as attendance. So very, very popular. Mahler, I heard the Renaissance Man are in a House of the Dragon season 3.
Gary, if we have the time, I would love to show you the episode of Smiling Friends that they're referencing, because that's one of the best jokes, the Renaissance Man.
I won't today, but I got to run right after this.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe tomorrow. I'll have time. Had Vader gotten off the table and kneeled down and said, "What is thy bidding, my master?" it would have shown he truly turned to the dark side. It would have been better than no.
Man, what a regrettable decision.
Yes.
No.
See, Halo history lore, it's similar to your theories. All right. I like that. Happy to say I've never watched a show with a Kardashian in it, or a show with anything that's been inside a Kardashian. It says Buffalo Blue Bear, and you're better for it. Mahler, what do you think of Tom Holland getting the cast of Odyssey to watch Lawrence of Arabia?
Listen, there's two ways to interpret this. The positive way, he's just having a cool time and happy time with the cast. Woohoo, yay. Or he's like, hey guys, I don't think we're doing this right. Can we watch a movie where they did it right and maybe get inspired from it? I'm going to be honest with you. As much as I like him as Spider-Man, I'm not sure that Tom Holland is going to be well cast for whatever role exactly they're going to be having him do in this movie. I'll see. However, at the same time, I really wish he gets the chance to prove that he can do more than Spider-Man. I haven't watched all the shit that he's done. I know that he's got an alcoholism problem as a result of the stress and pressure of being a child star turning into an adult star. I was talking to Drink about this. I really wish he can transition into playing an adult, literally Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
But it's going to be tough, and we'll find out in this new movie if he can pull it off, because now is the time. If there was a time, it's got to be now. He's done his high school trilogy, quote unquote. Got to move into the next phase. And I like the guy. I really do. Everything I've heard about him, he seems like a really cool dude, and that he treats Spider-Man very respectfully, very invested in the icon as it is. He does the whole, like, you know, talking to fans of it in a really positive way. He seems to want to reject it when it's not treating the character properly, but at the same time, he might not be the actor that's needed for certain roles that he's involved with. So him in the thing is, I don't know if Gary feels this way exactly, but like I'm borderline at the point of the Odyssey might be a train wreck. I'm not sure. So best of luck, and we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens.
It's Nolan, man. Like as much as Oppenheimer was good, maybe that actually spells doom, because he's a mixed bag. As in, if we have a good one, now it's time to expect the bad one.
There you go. The actor who played Bill Tench stated that the idea for a Mindhunter movie trilogy was being considered by Fincher. I'd be fine with that because they need to wrap up. God, they were leading up to BTK,
Yeah, man.
John Wayne Gacy. They still had stuff to do.
Well, did you say you watched the Ed Gein Netflix thing, or did you skip that?
I dipped out after like 2 or 3 episodes. Couldn't stand
Not great, but they do have a Mindhunter episode, and it watching it makes you appreciate Mindhunter even more.
Yep.
It's like, seriously, guys, let David Fincher cook.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say on that one.
The guy who played Manson, it was fucking good.
Yeah, man. 100%.
And he played Manson in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, by the way. Diego Salazar for 1,000 Martian pesos. The Meso, I was thinking twice there for a second. The Mesoamerican peoples are the ancestors to the Pacific Islanders, not the other way around. Possibly, but I don't know that, because that Pacific Islander, that Polynesian DNA originates from there, because it predates it many, many years. The Polynesian date is very specific when it arrives into America. But the out of Africa thing is being fought pretty hard now. And I don't think this is where science lets everybody down. They are so, in their DEI ways, they are so stuck in the out of Africa thing. They will never fucking rethink that ever. And it's becoming pretty clear that humanity might have sparked up in other places like Asia. But they'll fight it tooth and nail. Mahler, have you played a Telltale Walking Dead featuring Lee and Clementine? If so, thoughts on the game. Also, have you seen the Alien Earth has been renewed for season 2? It's a Super Suit 5790.
To the first one, no, I've not played it, but I probably should at some point. I've got a long list of games I should play. And second one, I honestly, I figured they would guarantee a second season. It just took them a while, which to me just says maybe that they were considering, like, man, that was shit, but I guess we'll still give you the second season, you know? Me and Gary will be there when they release it.
Yep. Mahler, have you played? I read that one. I'm sorry. Speaking of T2, it turns 35 years old next year. Do you think you will have a big re-release, and it will have a big re-release in theaters and a bunch of merchandise? Yeah, probably. Maybe they'll wait for the 40th. 35 is kind of a iffy. But
yeah, 35 is a year of, like, do you celebrate? Yeah, sort of. But I mean, why not, right? It'll make them money.
Yeah, it would.
I love T2 unapologetically. It's fucking amazing. I love it. Love it. So I'll go see it in the theater if it's there.
Next year, Fellowship turns 25. Warner Brothers probably won't do anything because they'll be busy being sold for a second, third time. Pick a film from the 80s that will be kept away for 40 years, then be released. Which film would make the most impactful in technology and socially? Blade Runner.
It would be Blade Runner, I think. Yeah, I don't even know that there's an alternate answer to that.
Thank you.
It has to be Blade Runner. However, if we had to entertain alternatives, so a film that if it was kept away and then released today, what would be the most impactful technologically or socially? Ooh. Because, you know, something like Die Hard, it's like, I think it was more impactful coming out in the time that it did. So it's like, so what else? Like Full Metal Jacket?
Maybe something you
Shining?
drop. Shining.
Platoon. probably appropriate for when they came out. I really think Blade Runner kind of nails this.
Yeah.
Blade Runner got its like status later than the 80s, so it kind of answers this itself, you know.
It didn't get its status until the early 90s when it did they did a director's cut re-release. That's when it really picked back up again. God, I was locked up. I think it was 92 they did that. And then in 94 they finally released the Vangelis soundtrack, which they never had. They had the American Orchestra or whatever did a version, but they never had his version for some reason. I can't remember what the reason was. And I was working at the Warehouse Records when they released that. We played it all the fucking time. Yeah, so Blade Runner picked up in the early 90s. It had been largely forgotten. There would just be amongst us nerds, we go, Blade Runner was awesome, and nobody watched it. And it's one of those movies that was just so fucking far ahead of its time. And everybody
really
loves
it. It might be the quintessential example.
Yep. And anytime people want to cope for a current movie, they go, well, Blade Runner wasn't. It's like, stop. Don't compare fucking Badlands to Blade Runner.
They said it about TLJ. It's like, give it time. It'll be like, no. It's got literally the same reputation right now as it did when it came out, as far as I'm concerned.
Yep. We are 2 years away from that 10-year mark. Have you heard anything?
I've heard plenty of people say it was a masterpiece. Like, yeah, you were there day one saying the same thing. Still wrong.
Seen The Frisco Kid with Harrison Ford and Gene Wilder? Yes. Watched it on TV, watched it in the theaters. Loved that movie. I wish I were born in the mid-90s. I feel like I was too young around the best of gaming. I was 4 when Halo 3 came out. I missed a great era. Well, I mean, they're still there.
Now I'm relevant because I got to have that perfect era. I played like gaming when it exploded, and I got to have the sort of the DNA that gaming was based on growing up with it as well. Even though I was late to it, but I had the right friend groups to guide me to the best shit.
Yeah.
So yeah, because gaming right now is fucking struggling.
Yeah. What a shame.
Yeah.
Everything's struggling, and that's what we're trying to light the beacons. Trying to light the beacons and go, this is bad. Oh, it doesn't matter. These are just our leisure activities. They're not important. You're just a dumb kid in the basement. You're a nerd. You're a virgin. You're an incel. It's like, no, it shows the health of a culture.
Well, and I think a lot of people think this is insane or cringe, but I'm sorry, like a lot of kids can develop their values from watching a lot of media. It happens. Okay. Not only their value, but like a lot of knowledge. A lot of knowledge comes from media too. Like their assumptions about, you remember the comment Sarah Connor makes in T2 about how many bones there are in the human body? She's wrong. It's not that. But a lot of people would assume it is right. And it's like, a lot of doctors would be like, that's fucking stupid. It's like, yeah, so we better get it right, shouldn't we?
Yeah. And it's something you could have like even looked up back then pretty easily.
Exactly. It's just like, I think it's really important, and I think it's undermined. A lot of people are like, whatever, it's the thing you watch casually at night. It's like, yeah, but it has... Dude, I don't know about you. I think you've said this, but like learning in school, didn't really give a shit. But if you would put it in the context of a killer alien robot that was sent back in time, I might have learned a bit more. Just saying.
I didn't learn very much in school. It was all experiential and through media.
Same.
And I learned how to read on comic books, for whatever that's worth. But that's how I learned. The Alpine Kid for $20. This is our last one. Says opinions on Dolph Lundgren's '89 Punisher. My only critique is it doesn't have the skull. Otherwise, I loved it.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's a B '80s action movie. All the Punisher movies are good. I like them all. Some more than others, but love the Dolph Lundgren. And it was such a novelty that a Marvel thing came out. At all. But that's it, Mahler.
We did it.
We did it. Thanks for joining. You want to tell nice and short. You want to tell the fine folks where to find you?
I mean, well, for anyone who doesn't know, the only reason I want to mention this is just because I've got my 14-month production coming out on Saturday. It's my video about a video game. If you're interested, it'll be there on Mauler. That's the channel.
So it's this Saturday. At what time?
1 p.m. GMT. So in your time, it would be something like 8 a.m.
Yeah.
Something like that.
So that's
but
pretty much
don't
the whole
worry.
day.
The video is designed such that if you arrive halfway through, and that means, 8 hours in, you can still watch it and not be confused. I will take care of you. I talk about it topic by topic. I will say the spiciest topic, meaning me talking about people reviewing it in the industry and how corrupted they are, is the last hour and a half, 2 hours. So, I'm sure you can check that out. That'll be at a reasonable time for Americans. It'll be very unreasonable for the British.
British are unreasonable anyway.
Yeah.
Well, there's VOD. That's what I mean. You can watch it
True.
whenever you want.
Drinker was saying, it's like, I'll be unfortunate because I'm out of the country and I can't draw it back. I was like, you can draw it back. It's a premiere. You can draw it back.
Yeah. Oh, you're doing a premiere too. Good.
If YouTube allows. I've never done a 17.5-hour premiere before.
Will you be in the chat for all 17 hours?
I can't promise I'll be in the whole thing, but a lot of it, yeah.
Good. All right. I'm looking forward to it. My next video will be Stranger Things. Be doing a Stranger Things review. You and I will see each other tomorrow.
Yes.
And I think it's my channel. Because you did it on Razzies. So yeah.
We did gaming. I'm sorry you missed that because obviously gaming.
I'm so bummed I missed that.
Yeah.
So bummed.
That's what happens.
Was that the day I was sick? No.
I think you were Egyptian.
I was Egyptian sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got like really sick one day.
Mm-hmm.
So I missed everything. So I
was sick for like a fucking month. It was insane. I'm glad I'm past that.
I missed everything, but I was able to go back on Saturday and go see something I missed.
I was actually telling Drinker the month that I was sick, there was 2 sections of my video I had to record while sick, and they're fine, but you can tell my voice is wonky. I'm curious if people will notice. I'm hoping not, but at the same time, it's kind of funny.
That's what they told me about the audiobook. One of the things I learned is record it at the same time every day because your voice changes. Yeah. So I have to pick a specific time, which is really hard when you do YouTube. And because the audiobook was supposed to come out before Christmas. That ain't fucking happening. That's just not happening. I tried, but it's just not happening.
Someone said you're Welsh. Your voice is naturally wonky.
Yeah. Speaking of books, I think it starts shipping out today.
Ooh. Well, I'll be getting mine soon enough then.
Yeah. I think it's today or tomorrow. They were waiting for the certificates of authenticity, and it goes out. And then eventually it's going to be before Christmas. We have to make sure everybody gets the pre-orders, get their books first. So that's my primary concern, is everybody who helped out in the beginning gets their books first. And then we put it for a version of it for sale on anybody who missed it. It'll be on Amazon or Barnes and Noble. It'll be available through then.
Sweet.
Slight differences, but not super. And the thing is, it's going to be like a little bit more expensive on Amazon and Barnes and Noble, like a couple $3 more expensive, but because of Barnes and Noble and Amazon. Yeah, it'll be available. You can get a paperback or whatever. But yeah, it's gonna start going out, and I gotta start doing the audiobook and make videos again and get back to work. I need a vacation from my vacation. So I'm fucking tired. But it was so much fun. So we'll have a lot to talk about on Forbidden Frontier. We'll be back on Real BBC tomorrow to talk about whatever nonsense Hollywood is up to. I'm really glad to be home. I'm grateful for you all. I'm grateful for this country. I'm grateful for Western civilization. So thanks to the Nerdrotic. Thanks for everybody who left a super chat donation. You help keep the lights on. Oh, square up when X-Ray Girl gets home and does that. We're going to do one on Thursday. I don't know if we needed one or not, but I'm just assuming like we'll do it on Thursday. But thanks everybody. Thanks Mahler for hopping on. I appreciate it. It's nice having company. This is awesome.
No problem.
And we'll see you on the flip side.
Hell yeah. Bye-bye.